principal for research, innovation, postgraduate studies, and commercialization to do a very brief introduction of our Vice Chancellor and Principal. And immediately after him, Professor Kambule will take to the floor to officially welcome us and give opening address. And then after that, we are able then to formally proceed with the proceedings of the day once the owners of the house have welcomed us into the house. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and cousins. I have been requested, or rather instructed, to introduce Masteni. And the funny part is that I was not given anything to introduce about. So what I did was that I brought my gadget. So I'm just going to put her name into this gadget. The AI will tell me who she is. So I am doing just that. And I'm going to read what is in the AI. And then the matters are more complicated now. I'm getting two CVs. It says, Professor Buleleng Ngabula is the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, the oldest and largest comprehensive open distance education institute on the continent, as well as the progenitor of the higher education in South Africa. She is a professor of ethics, and Ngabula works on the intersection of ethics, economics, ecology, and feminist theory. She published in these areas and supervises master's and doctoral students in the same thematic area. And since her assumption of duty as the Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa in 2021, Unisa has registered multiple successes, including the following, among others: improving Unisa's academic performance and thus propelling the scientific agenda, enhancing student support by pivoting students' access and success as integral imperatives for Unisa impact, witnessing an improved academic and scientific rankings in multiple rankings such as the Department of Higher Education and Training. We were at number 12 when she joined, and now we are at number 6 in 2023. And we are just putting the cart before the horse and hoping that for the 2024 results of the Department of Higher Education and Training would be in the top 5. And I hope there I'm not talking out of 10. And Africans say, want fair pay brat. And so I hope I'm not talking out of 10. And then the other rankings is Times Higher Education, QS ranking, among others. Times Higher Education, we are always at number 7 and number 8, and we should strive to also enter the top 5 brackets. In 2021, when the Principal and Vice Chancellor assumed duty at Unisa, the institution, like I said, it was ranked between 12 and 16 in many of these rankings. And she has led the talent management improvements in recruitment of and improvement of the numbers of academics with their PhDs from 39% in 2021. Listen to this one. The National Development Plan targets is 75% by 2030. So when she assumed the office, it was 39% at Unisa. Now we are sitting, in 2024, we were sitting at 67%, and now we have exited 70%. And under her leadership, Unisa has established the experimental farm to strengthen agriculture and sustainable development futures for Unisa, South Africa, and the continent, and that requires a hand of applause. And as also recent as about 1 week ago, Unisa has, under her agile leadership, managed to secure an airport landing strip. Equally, Lingabula has led the strategic prudent optimization and diversification of the financial investment of Unisa. This has resulted in an increased sustainable investment value, one aimed at promoting financial independence as well as resource sustainability. And as I conclude, Lingabula is committed to partnering with Progressive Knowledge Science Institute, Progressive Civil Society and business in support of South Africa's development futures. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm presenting you the Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, aka Mastene, Professor Lingabula.
Good morning, colleagues. Goeiemorgen. Sanbonan, Molweni, Lochani, Absheni, Dumelang, Khatsong. Salam alaikum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. I knew that Professor Ngwepe, like all Africans, will be scared to talk about the dollars. Because as in our culture, we should often be shy to talk about money. But I think in a country that requires models of leaders that are attentive to the financing models, managing resources and financial prudency, as well as financial independence, is also important for all of us sitting here to look at that as an important arena. Prof. Mamba will tell you. Let me take this opportunity, Program Director, Professor Kambule, a renowned scientist on your own. We're quite appreciative that you'll be steering this important program on reimagining a water-secure South Africa. Honorable Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Mahlobo, a very good friend of the university and one who has ensured that he shines our university wherever he goes. You were just telling Professor Mamba that when you were in Japan, you were very appreciative to see Unisa featuring in the science that it contributes on this important arena. Can you give him a round of applause? And can you please give our colleagues working on water a round of applause too? Acting Vice Principal Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization, Professor Mpongwepe, Executive Dean of the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, Professor Mamba. He is a water expert, you all know. Can you also give him a round of applause? As it is Professor Ngwepe, who is one of the foremost and in the second highest cited list of people according to Stanford. Can you give your DVC a round of applause? Colleagues, the Deputy Executive Dean of the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, School of Science, Professor Simi Dube, the Deputy Dean. I'll wait for the claps. The Dean the Dean and Deputy Deans of the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Professor Mapoli and Professor Ganta, your own neighbors. Minister Mahlobo, there's a competition, a silent competition between our teams. So as you are celebrating CSET for the work that they are doing in water, in astronomy, in multiplicities of sciences, the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, when Professor Mamba sends them to the space, Kai sends them to Antarctica. So we have strong presence in Antarctica. Thank you for that research. So thank you, College, for being here to support CSET. Our partners from industry and utilities, including the City of Tshwane, City of Johhanersburg, the Water Research Commission, Rand Water, Johannesburg Water, Leadership in Water Innovation, Sibanye Stillwater, and other organizations. Can I request the representatives of this important institution to just stand, and so that we give you a round of applause. Colleagues. Thank you. Thank you very much for your leadership of these important institutions. And we at Unisa value the work that you do and the partnership with the University of South Africa. Distinguished academics and researchers, esteemed guest speakers, colleagues from the University Science Councils and other research entities, Unisa staff members, postdoctoral fellows, and the most recent academics, adjunct academics, and our students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Minister Mahlobo, perhaps we will request you to be our advocate, to tell the president, oh my goodness, my speech has gone. Just when I was about to fly. So, Tiamo, help me, because this device, sorry, this is the problem of using new devices. Thank you. Minister Mahlobo, just in January up to now, we have appointed 863 adjunct academics at the same time. These are academics that we are preparing for the next doctorate and the next professorate. And as Unisa, we are not just preparing them for Unisa. After 3 years, we think they will be ready to conquer the world and to be academics in any institution of the country. But if they want to express excellence, Unisa is ready. Professor Ngwepe, sitting here with you, is ready to embrace them. So colleagues, it's in your hands, the adjunct academics. Can we give you a round of applause? Welcome to Unisa. It is my honor and privilege to address you this morning in this very important second water Imbizo, hosted by our great university, the University of South Africa. This gathering takes place during the National Water Week, at a time when our country's water realities confront us with deep ethical, scientific governance questions that we can no longer ignore or postpone. At the inaugural Unisa Imbizo in 2025, which the Deputy Minister supported us, we began to reframe South Africa's water challenges, not simply as a matter of absolute scarcity, but as a crisis of management, allocation, equity, and imagination. We questioned the dominant narratives that characterize South Africa as inherently water scarce, asking whether it is accurate to define ourselves, only in that way when our water table, dams, mountains, and seas hold significant resources, yet we capture only 210 million cubic meters of water out of an estimated 49,000 million cubic meters of annual runoff. We challenge ourselves to confront the reality that governance, financing, distribution often produce inequality, leaving some communities in persistent deficit whilst others experience relative security. In 2025, we also affirmed that our responses must be interdisciplinary, decolonial, and rooted in Africa's philosophies and indigenous knowledge systems, whilst remaining rigorous in science and technology and also being globally relevant. We called for research that listens to local naming traditions, cultural insights, and lived experiences as part of our scientific resource base, and for universities like Unisa to shape policy and governance by asking who benefits from current water arrangements and insisting on intergenerational equity and environmental justice. The 2025 discussions exposed the scale of our infrastructure crisis and water losses. Participants highlighted alarming levels of non-revenue water, water that is treated but not lost through leaks, theft, or metering failures, with estimates of approximately 60% in Durban, 53% in Johhanersburg, and more than 50% in Mfuleni, far above international good practice benchmarks of around 15 to 20%. Practitioners spoke frankly about the difficulty of building smart cities while basic pipe leak, pumps fail, and maintenance deferred, and when excellent research outcomes risk remaining on shelves instead of being implemented at the plants and municipalities. Recent developments, therefore, have also brought these vulnerabilities focus, particularly here in Gauteng and Johannesburg. Recurrent supply interruptions, pressure drops, and water quality concerns in parts of the city have shown the combined effects of aging infrastructure, high non-revenue water, rapid urbanization, uneven investments, placing severe strain on Johannesburg water, placing severe strain on our waters. These events are not isolated. They reflect systemic weaknesses across many municipalities where infrastructure backlogs, financial constraints, and limited technical capacity intersects with climate variability and extreme weather. Across the country, communities and townships, informal settlements, and rural areas still experience intermittent supply, failing wastewater works, and waterborne diseases. Even drought and floods linked to climate variability disrupt already fragile system. I'm sure you can remember the challenges that Limpopo has recently faced, as well as Mpumalanga. Pollution in rivers and dams is intensified by acid mine drainage that degrades water quality and ecosystems, and by the growth and spread of invasive species such as water hyacinth, which has become emblematic sites in spaces like Hartbeespoort Dam, choking waterways, impairing treatment operations, and undermining recreational and economic use of our water resources. High non-revenue water, uneven professional capacity, and fragmented governance continue to undermine progress despite dedication of many committed public servants and practitioners. At the same time, there are encouraging success stories, including the long-running implementation at utilities such as Magali's Water, Johannesburg Water, Rand Water, Umgeni, Utukela Water, and others, which show that when research, policy, and practice are aligned, innovations can be implemented and sustained for the benefit of our people. The 2025 Imbizo, therefore, highlighted the imperative for institutional reforms, professionalization, and innovative financing as central to any credible pathways to water-secure South Africa. And therefore, colleagues, as we think municipal delivery models, including utility-style structures, which professional boards and clearer asset bases, and to strengthen national mechanisms such as the National Water Resource and Processing Agency, it will be important for us to mobilize technical knowledge and resources. We also stated that with regards to underused legal provisions, that we can enable closer collaboration between state entities and universities and have or explore blended finance, green and blue bonds, and other instruments that can draw investment into water infrastructure while maintaining public interest. I can say, Minister, without any hesitation, that as a university, we look forward to your partnership in the investment strategies that we can pivot with you to support the work that you do as the government on water sustainability, its redistribution, but also the policy imperatives that you would like. We can say we are a trusted and trustable investment partner. I can only also reaffirm this to you by stating that in 2021, as Professor Ngwepe was stating, the university had 6 billion reserves and 1.2 savings, which were not really savings because of COVID had decimated infrastructure. And we can say without hesitation that today we have $25.4 billion rent. That means, despite of the fact that we are not a private sector entity or enterprise, Minister, that we understand that public institution must be sustainable, must be investment savvy, and must ensure that these investments are reinvested into the successes of the university as it is of the impact to society. And therefore, Minister, as we say this, we're saying we're ready, the water colleagues are ready, and the university is ready to give the requisite support. Colleagues, we have said we require qualified, professionalized personnel across the water value chains, noting that many institutions face succession challenges and skills gap at times when systems are becoming more complex. Bursary programs and structured partnerships between water boards, municipalities, and universities, including examples shared by Magali's Water and Rent Water, which demonstrate how we can build new generation of engineers, scientists, technicians, managers equipped to operate and maintain infrastructure in an era of increasing climate and demographic pressure. We also, as Unisa, are willing to match some of the bursaries that industry would be willing to partner with us, so that you recognize that the value proposition that industry makes is consonant to the value proposition that the University of South Africa makes. And therefore, colleagues, today, Imbizo calls us to build out the foundations with greater agency and creativity. The program is founded on ambition, from roundtables on water quality monitoring compliance to sessions on water supply and infrastructure, to dialogues on collaborative strategies for water secure future, and for bringing together academia, government, industry, and civil society. Unisa's exhibitions of water treatment prototypes and research outputs, alongside contributions from partners across the sectors, signal our commitment to moving from diagnosis and debate to practically tested solutions that can be implemented in plants, municipalities, and communities. And I invite all academicians, visitors, to have a look at some of the prototypes that have been developed. Please don't utilize our IP, partner with us to commercialize it. I think it deserves a round of applause, that one. It's a clear innovation partnership that we can undergo. It is precisely when we look honestly at our contradictions, our leaks and losses, our service failures, our successes, that we must also lift our gaze. When we look beyond our borders, we see that the struggle for water security is global, and that water is never merely a technical commodity, but a profound site of dignity, justice, and at times deep humanitarian vulnerability. In several conflict-affected regions, including parts of the Middle East such as Gaza, the destruction and degradation of water and sanitation infrastructure have left millions with only a small fraction of pre-conflict water supplies, exposing communities, especially children, to heightened risk of disease, displacement, and insecurity. These humanitarian crises remind us that to destroy or deny water is to threaten life itself, and they call on institutions like Unisa to exercise moral, ethical, scientific, and policy leadership so that water infrastructure is protected and water is never used directly or indirectly as an instrument of harm, whether through armed conflict abroad or through neglect, pollution, or inequality at home. It also says for us as academicians, it is not adequate only to research and publish. It is also important to ensure that the practice and praxis of our research finds impact in our communities, our societies, and in the global arena. I invite us, therefore, to hold together the local and the global, the technical and the ethical, the scientific and the philosophical, as we deliberate on monitoring and compliance, on reducing non-revenue water, on rehabilitating infrastructure in Johannesburg and other municipalities, on financing models, and on collaborative strategies. Let us remember that every model we design, every policy we recommend, every partnership we forge, every innovation we commercialize must move us closer to South Africa and a world in which no child, whether from Soweto or Sandton, Hammanskraal or Guyane, Gaza or Rafah, is forced to live without safe water, safe, reliable, and dignified water sanitation. We call, therefore, on government leaders present to use these insights generated here to strengthen policy regulation and enforcement, particularly around infrastructure maintenance, non-revenue water reduction, and protection of vulnerable communities. We also call on our industry and utility partners to deepen collaboration with us, first, University of South Africa, but also universities and TVET colleges, because for us as Unisa, we work with TVET colleges to empower and enrich the academicians in those spaces so that we're able to be constructive partners in all value chains of education, understanding that Unisa also produces at least 51% of the teachers in public and private sector. It is therefore our responsibility to pilot, adopt locally developed innovations, to invest in the skills pipeline that will sustain our system. And we call on our colleagues, you colleagues, if you're checking your laptop, please listen to this request. We call on you, our colleagues, our students at Unisa, to continue to produce knowledge that is interdisciplinary, decolonial, ethically grounded and implementable, knowledge that speaks to our streets and settlements as much as our journals and conferences, as well as laboratories. If we succeed, future generations will look back on this period not only as a time of crisis, but also a moment where we chose courage over complacency and collaboration over fragmentation, and science as a resource for influencing policy and the transformations that our government the private sector, the social sector would draw from. A truly water-secure South Africa will not be built by any single institution or sector. It will be shared work of universities, government, industry, communities, and international partners, guided by a common commitment to dignity, justice, and care for the earth. You'll realize that I'm not leaving out the questions of justice. They're quite important because this democracy that we have inherited was to ensure that all of us are recognized as human beings with dignity. And we cannot just talk about this, but we must be at the center of humanizing sciences that recognizes the dignity of humanity. And therefore, we must translate our research with commitment into concrete actions. I look forward to robust, honest, visionary conversation, but not just conversations, the research outputs that will derive from this and the engaged scholarship impact that will also have us as a university in our society doing what we are asked to do as the missional mandate of our university. And our colleagues have the honor to introduce the Deputy Minister. Before I sit down, I wish to introduce him as our keynote speaker. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation is well known to this faculty or this college because he's no stranger. He has ensured that he's a partner. He draws on the research that you undertake, but he also gives us insights and inputs in how we can improve and be a resource to our society. Honorable Minister Mahlobo previously served as Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Water, Sanitation. He has also served, and colleagues, this is part of our catalytic niche areas. So don't just ask him about water. He's a minister, he was the Minister of Energy and Minister of State Security. Those are two important strategic portfolios in this country. Can you give him a round of applause? And therefore, colleagues, for our catalytic niche area on energy, even as we are strong, we must also try to draw on his experience. It's not secondary, it's primary, and therefore it will offer us good nuggets, Professor Mamba. He obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in microbiology and biochemistry in 1998 at the University of Zululand, otherwise known as Ngoi. He also holds a BSc honors degree in biochemistry from the same university. He cut his teeth in water sector when he joined the then Mpumalanga Department of Water and Forestry in Water Quality Division. He was responsible for Upper Olifants River catchment with respect to water use control at mines, municipalities, industries, water resource management, protection and impact management, water quality management, and water quality communication. He's currently serving as a member of parliament on behalf of the African National Congress, the oldest liberation movement in the continent, and a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress since 2017. I thought you would clap for the ANC. Whether you're DA, EFF, or any other political party, because there's no organization that has the longest history in the continent of liberation as the ANC. So whether we should never drown our histories, we should always project them. Even if we have now moved, if you have moved, I've not moved. So I'm declaring openly, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, I'm not looking for an office. I'm happy in the academy. Welcome to the University of South Africa, the University of the land, the home of leaders, the home of Mandela, Mbeki, Ramaphosa, and many other great women who have graduated from this university, Gil Marcus, Mampela Rampela, and many. We're hopeful that we will learn from you and with you and we will work with you as we imagine how water will be sustained, managed, and will give dignity to our society. Thank you. Sorry, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Let's give our Vice Chancellor and our Principal a round of applause. Prof, we are very proud of the work you do and putting one of the most important institutions in the world stage. With your hard-working executive that continue to produce quality work, we are a leader in many facets, especially in the contribution of the advancement of the Human Development Index. I was very pleased and surprised when I was in Japan. I went to Tokyo, Yokohama, Nakai, and all those areas. I never thought that you have a footprint everywhere in the world. Surprisingly, one of the nations we look up to, the Japanese, they enjoy a relationship with South Africa over more than 100 years. They are located geographically in an area where you will never want to live. One day there are issues of extreme conditions, there are volcanoes. I was able to see one of those beautiful mountains. The other time they do have snow, they do have cyclones, they do have typhoons. At a particular point, just to stay in that particular land, you know that you are exposed to risk, a possibility to be extinct. There, I see your hard leadership, Professor Mamba and Professor Kambule, in a nation that has demonstrated called national resilience as a community, demonstrating the work that you share. And indeed, your work speaks volume for itself, except that the Chinese say, don't be polite with me and don't be too modest. I'm not going to translate it. Your Excellency, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of our University of the Land, the University of South Africa, Professor Pulengle Kambule, our Vice Principal for Research, Postgraduate Studies and Innovation and Commercialization, Professor Ngwepe. The other day, I was welcomed by him, my principal and my sister. She was standing in for you for a ceremony recognizing those who were graduating. And I can see how they are providing leadership in the field of industrialization, including technology and AI. But he said something very profound that you have just confirmed, that you can study everywhere, but as long as you have not put your foot at Unisa, your journey for quest for knowledge is incomplete. And because this is the home of heroes and heroines, not for only our country, but for our continent and the world. Now that we have decided to bring 800 adjunct academics. Probably one day will also join the class as I'm completing my MSc in hydrology on annual water yields in the valve system. Then probably I must be able to do my PhD so that I can become an adjunct academic. Let me confirm my sincere greetings to my father and the leader, Professor Mamba. Thank you so much for the good work you do with your team. My brother, Professor Kambule, the work you do, Professor Dube, and all the executives that are here, especially also our professor for the Dean of Agriculture, Professor Mapoli. You know, when you were making the introductions, one of the things people don't understand is how the universe is interconnected. Appreciation that between water, energy, and food security, there is always an nexus, that particular interlinkage. And I'm very pleased that the College of Agriculture continues to do work, and all those that are working here in the college, but also your partners and all those distinguished academics. I'm also happy to see industry here. It is an honor and a privilege to join you today in the important Unisa Water Indaba that you are convening under the leadership of the Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability as part of the national observance of the National Water Week. This engagement today is taking at the most difficult time in the world. The geopolitical dynamics are causing a lot of strain to many issues of livelihoods that are being lost, but more lives are being lost. The issues of the war that is currently happening in the Gulf has caused a lot of disruption in the supply chains. We are going to feel it as South Africans. In the next few weeks, the cost of living is going to change and it will become very acute and adverse. To say, how do we become resilient? We are convening today at a time when we have less than 4 years, when the globe had agreed that by 2030, all our developmental imperatives will have been achieved, whether on issues of education, issues of health, issues of poverty elevation, but also on issues of water and sanitation. We also had our own agreement around issues of the Paris Agreement that we should become a climate-resilient planet Earth, that we shall work together. All those big commitments, including the Sendai framework around the issues of climate change and disaster management. There's been a global push that we should work together, but over the last 2 to 3 years, apart from the issues of the pandemic of COVID-19, the issues of the wars, now we know that many nations are becoming protectionist. Many nations are more becoming, there's a new apartheid, new nationalism that is arriving, and the commitments they've made for the global village, that there should be peace, there shall be justice and development, especially for those people who are most vulnerable nation and ethnic groups. Those commitments have not been made, they have not been achieved or realized. They made commitments that they will make money available for issues of green and climate fund. Some of them they are pulling out. And they think issues of climate change and climate variability is just a myth, it's a reality. You know, prolonged issues of Eastern Seaboard in our own land. We do have issues where many people and livelihoods were lost. People in Limpopo, people in Mpumalanga, certain parts of KwaZulu-Natal, let alone Mozambique and others. Cyclones, typhoons, floods are causing a devastating impact. In our own country, when other parts of our land is experiencing good rainfalls, go to Southern Cape. go to Knysna, the most beautiful place, go to George, go to Pito, go to the Eastern Cape, Sarah Batman, go to Northern Cape. Extreme drought. In the last few days, it was very, very hot in Cape Town when I went there for work. And the temperatures were hovering around 42 degrees centigrade. Then the issues of drought, the heat wave that are there. Guess what? Biggest nations that their economy's backbone were established on the issues of exploitation of our environment and the mineral deposit, they are opting out. Many of them, instead of ensuring that there's human prosperity, they spend a lot of money around arms and ammunition, building the biggest defense systems, using science and technology and engineering to build arms. And some of these arms are so dangerous. Therefore, you could see that we're living in a world where there are dark clouds hovering, and we have a problem of leadership crisis globally. And we need to remain firm, both as practitioners, as experts in our field. Raise the light of hope. When you convene here today, you have to appreciate that we are convening under the words that President Nelson Mandela said. We don't want homogeneous way of doing things. We must allow different views to flourish. If you want to choose a friend, like I've chosen a friend in Unisa, we have to choose a friend with an independent mind. A friend with an independent mind will assist you to see the world or the problem from a different angle. Today I'm here so that I can be able to benefit from that friend, including all the partners that are here, on how we see the problem and challenges of our time we face as a nation. Our country, there are issues that we call them green shoots. There's been some elements of growth, of reduction of unemployment in the last 2 to 3 quarters. You could see that the economy is growing, but in a smaller scale. We need to be able to grow the economy much, much better. You could see for the first time, our own currency is doing so well. But guess what? All that spark of hope with the advent of the Gulf War that is currently happening, it can be wiped out. And we need to be tested as a nation, working with other nations. How are we going to become resilient in dealing with these issues? Slowly, our country, you can see the indicators. We remain a destination of choice in terms of investment and other prospects. We might not be the nation that have the biggest might in terms of weapon. Over the last 2 weeks or week or so, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, under difficult condition, he decided to take a commercial flight. He arrived in the USA in the midst of the war. And most of us were worried to say, what did he do? Because we must never forget our friends. One of the people, those who love their country and their continent, who love prosperity, you will have been heartened to hear the news of a baobab tree that has fallen, not only for Americans, not only for the Black Caucus, not for the religious community. Reverend Jesse Jackson, His Excellency made a moving tribute, and a very profound one. It reminded us that our struggle for a just world is far from being complete. Those are the things that we need to pride ourselves. We continue to be a beacon of hope, to say wherever there are conflicts, even those who work in military, because I was once in the security space, they will never be resolved until the generals, they decide to sit and discuss and resolve issues. In our own country, you are convening at a time of Indaba when His Excellency the President has declared the situation of water as a national crisis. We have declared this matter as a national crisis because there are 2 points that you should note. In the water philosophy or water doctrine and the water language, because one of the issues, Prof, that is a problem, is that we are not doing well to conscientize the nation and every player in the system that everything has a systems theory. Sometimes when I sit with people discussing water, I can see that their collective view and the theory of water philosophy is not the right one. Those who studied accounting, their theoretical outlook on accounting will always be based on their formula of owner's equity equals to asset minus liabilities. And every philosophy or every doctrine has a systems theory. If you can't get your theoretical outlook and have a collective view of the theory of the practice you do, then there's a highly likelihood that you can't map the solution. You can't map the business processes, you can't create the institutional architecture, but you will not be in a position to resolve our problem. I decry Professor Kambule and Babmamba the theoretical outlook. How are we teaching what? What is what? And how do we teach people so that at least we're able to deal with that particular aspect? And I see many of them, they try to do this, the pipes are old, the leaks are there, the quality is a problem, but it's a matter that many scientists, we must emphasize the philosophical and the doctrine. I always say South Africa's water issues, they are only based on 2 aspects. Where will the drop of water come from? In other words, it's about quantity and quality. In our country, there are 2 issues we're trying to resolve. We're trying to resolve the issue of water security. Water security in the main is encouraged to respond to say, where will we get the drop of water that we need for our own human consumption, for all the social, economic, and cultural and religious benefits when it comes to water. Hence, our country made the right decision that in terms of our endowment, our country relies on surface water. And Professor and our Vice Chancellor and Principal has told you our country is part of the water driest countries in the world. We know that we are hovering in terms of the rainfall patterns. We are just above the half of the world's average, which is 800 plus millimeters per annum. That's our rainfall. That is a global one. In Japan, they run at 1,200 plus, which is one of the very, very big ones. But when you go to the eastern seaboard, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, they are hovering above the global average. But when you come inland, our issues of rainfall are hovering around 453, and those are the numbers in terms of water. Guess what? Our Vice Chancellor and Principal says to you, there's a lot of runoff. It happens at a particular season. This runoff, instead of catching it, storing it as a water-scarce country, we don't have sufficient storage facilities. This is one solution that you know you don't have water. We are going to have seasons where there's going to be adequate water. If you come from the beautiful province of Limpopo, they have a river there called the Limpopo River. There was a time it was dry for a long period. But those who are using data science and evidence and hydrological data, they will tell you that that majestic river from Zimbabwe until to Mozambique Normally we get good rainfalls around mid-December to the late January. But that water is allowed to go to the sea. It floods those brothers and sisters from Mozambique and make their situation to be much worse. Then we call it a disaster. Why will it become a disaster for something that happens all the time? Runoff in South Africa were only capturing less than 17% in a water scarce country. And if you have that mind mapping, you know what you need to do. And that's the discussion to say, where will we get the extra water? Especially in communities there is no water. In our water mix, we chose that groundwater is not inferior quality. Groundwater is plenty in our land. It differs the level of aquifers from various areas that we have. But groundwater is a challenge of the other concept called quality. The quality of groundwater due to issues of geological formation, because while the mining complex of the world, there are heavy metals that are there, but because of human activities, the issues of densification and the issues of no infrastructure around sanitation, septic tank, chemical tanks, chemical toilets, even the so-called very important toilet. You know this toilet called VIP? I don't know what is VIP about it. But your human excreta impacts on the groundwater quality. But that water is there. And advances in science, technology says we can resolve the issue that water can become potable. But it varies from areas to area. That's the other source of water you have. The other source of water you have as a nation, we are surrounded by a coastline. A coastline that is more than 3,400 square kilometers, is one of the biggest seashores. From the eastern seaboard until to Namibia, that water is there. And that water is there, it has to be used. An option of desalination as an intervention is an option, but the mischief around energy availability has been resolved. Other forms of energy can be looked at. The mischief around environmental degradation around brine can be attended to. I forgot to say, with respect to, therefore, that's what we call it in South Africa as a water mix. But in our country, our water balance is 17 billion cubic meters per annum that is available in terms of our design capacity. But as a country, our yield, those who studied water yields, is currently standing at 15 billion cubic million per annum. Then those who can do arithmetic, they will say there's a deficit of 2 billion. The answer is no. We do have a water balance in our land, but there are areas of deficit, other catchments, the water is not available. Therefore, when it comes to water security, there is no crisis in our land. But if we don't act and use all our ability around advances in science, engineering, and technology, we are going to be in problems, because our own location, it indicates that there is a problem around climate change. There is a problem around the demand on the water availability, because if our economy is going to grow, our economy will need water as an input. Our economy will need to have energy and other issues as an input. Therefore, the issues of consumption will increase. Therefore, we need to be able to do those investments. But what is our solution? Our solution relies, one, that the country must be able to answer the question, Prof, we have said, of the runoff. In other words, we must catch more water. Catching more water, it means you must store more water. Whether you do canals, you do dams, is one of the solutions that we must promote. Hence, our investments of billions and billions of rands working in partnership with the mines and private sector and industry, more dams are being built. Gauteng is not going to run out of water. With 14 systems feeding into the integrated Vaal River system, the Lesotho Highlands is coming on board by the year 28-29 at a price of 52 billion rands. Money not available in the coffers. Maybe we'll come and do, you'll lend us something, Prof. But I can see Sibanye, they are all here. That water will come to our land, but it will come at a price. But we're also using water for peace. Imagine sharing water with Lesotho, then paying Lesotho our royalties, and then also Namibia and others, Botswana. That's what we do. We need to build more dams. But building dams in an area that there is climate change, the choice of location where the dam is going to be important. Where you choose it, whether do you have adequate runoff, whether we will understand the issues of evaporation. Additional water will have to come from reuse of effluent. You know, if you take 10 liters a day into your own system, the likelihood is that you are going to release about 50%. And where does it go? Reuse in South Africa is an area that we can be able to increase the availability of yield. Reuse of effluent, technology is there, you can treat it. Manage the sludge in a better way, treat the water into different levels of qualities for different uses, because different users, they need different qualities in terms of how potable it is. It can be used for agriculture, industries can use that particular water. You can be able to extract less from the raw water system. Remember, extracting less from the raw water system, it responds to the mischief. We're a water scarce country. We must use water sparingly. The mines in South Africa, those that were there, where water laws and environmental laws were not properly developed, they have left a lot of aquifers being destroyed underground. You go to Ekurhuleni as an example, 50% of Ekurhuleni has the sinkholes. You go to the Vaal system, you go to the West Rand, there's a lot of water. You go to Mpumalanga, lot of water. I know in Mpumalanga, like Prof was saying, I used to manage the Olifants River catchment. All those mines from Sosol in Secunda to Wheatbank. The water that is available underground is more than 10 times the volume of the design capacity of the Wheatbank Dam. That water is there. And you look at mines, what they've done in terms of water reclamation, removing heavy metals, removing all those impurities, is just to get the additional drop of water so that we can be able to, and that partnership is an important aspect. In certain communities, they will have no water. They will have no water, but there is water in the air. The issues of atmospheric water solution is not a myth, it's a reality. Professor Kambule, we need to get into this space. In South Africa, working with our water board, we once went into KwaZulu-Natal. The school had no ablution facilities, a health risk. The right to learn and education was being affected. But at the very same time, the community around had no access to water. We were able to use atmospheric water solution, able to understand that the water molecule, even how hard you can try to actually get to have a divorce between hydrogen and oxygen, you can't succeed. The only way you can manipulate hydrogen and oxygen when they are combined into water molecule, you can only play with the temperature. You either raise the temperature or you lower the temperature. In this way, scientists, on the advances of science and technology, they were able to lower the temperature. And when they were able to lower the temperature into a cold surface, that water molecule was able to condense. And then it formed drops. In that community, we were able to get 5,000 liters through that particular system a day. And then that community, a school, I was able to go and launch the project. Therefore, knowing that there are trillions and trillions of liters that are available in the air, the issues of molecular organic formation as a technology that you can use so that you can be in a position to trap the water and be able to allow the space. It might not give you the quantities you need, but those of us appreciate that every drop of water you waste, someone is looking for that drop of water. And those who are actually having a bad relationship with a drop of water, and they do something called a secret. The secret of yours, even if you think is hidden because of your human activity, it will traverse that particular drop until one day it reaches someone's lips and your secret will be exposed. And when the secret is exposed, it answers the issues of the quality of the drop of water. Therefore, I don't think we have a headache. Institutionally, we are creating the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. We are creating the CMAs, the Water User Association. All of them, they are about the development, protection, and the management of our water resource so that we remain a water-secure nation. It does not mean this country is out of the woods when it comes to water security, because water cannot become a binding constraint to growth and development and our shared prosperity of dealing with issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The second point in our country is access to water and sanitation in a sustainable way and also in a manner that is reliable. The biggest problem our country faces is sustainability of water supply. Our country, over the democratic dispensation led by the ANC, we did well to roll out access to water to those who were denied on the basis of the color of their skin, on the basis of gender, because the biggest burden was felt by women and girl child around the question of water. But including the issues of the benefits that accrue when you have access to water. You can do food gardens, there will be food security. You can commercialize, industrialization, everything is dependent on water. Now our country, they took away the eyes from the ball. The fundamental mistakes we made, one was underinvestment in water. When the population was growing, the GDP was growing from less than R1 trillion to closer to 8 trillion rands. There was underinvestment in terms of water and other infrastructure, in terms of network industries. It has caught up with us. The other issue that it caught up with us was the issue of assigning people, called deploying, those who don't know what they are doing. I'm told, Prof, you also teach ethics. There are people who are unethical. You know you don't know the subject. You just want to behave as you know the subject. Then you allow yourself to be employed in an area that you are not conversant with. These people are employed, they are not supposed to be there. Therefore, the institutional capability for those who work there is an issue. Therefore, producing more scientists, engineers, technicians, plumbers is a most important aspect for our growth prospect as a country. However, I must qualify. There are those that they are the best, they know their job. There are institutions I'm proud of. Go to these young people that you find them in Joburg Quarter, they know their work. That MD knows his work. Go to Rand Water, that CEO is one of the best in the continent. The problem you have is the tools of trade and the support they must have. I traversed in Johhanersburg. I couldn't believe when they had a problem where most of you never had water for some days. Then we got grounded with the minister. We could not find time to wear our beautiful suits. I should have worn my suit for you to go to the State of the Nation address. We're told, you don't resolve the problem, you don't come to Cape Town. Guess what? What do we find? We find that, for an example, there is nothing wrong for an infrastructure to fail. There is everything wrong when you have no ability to respond timelessly. They have something called a depot instead of a warehouse. If a pipe breaks, do you have another spare pipe? Same size? Do you have a clamp? Do you have the valves? Do you have all these other issues? Some of these operational issues are a problem, let alone some workers who have a wrong aptitude, where they get deployed to respond to a problem during the day. They come, they do an inspection, but because they are cheats, they don't come back. They come back in the evening. They start fixing the problem in the evening to get overtime. It's issues of ethics and morality. But on the issue of reliability, our country, in as much as those who study maths were at 93 access, but it does not mean the tap has water, then reliability is 67. The chance that every day for 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days, your assurance of availability will not be affected is down as 67%. In Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, the biggest metro, it was at 62%, actually below 62%. Non-revenue water, 62%. It means the reliability in Durban that you could have was less than 40%. In a municipality called Mfuleni, they have a non-revenue water of 72%. In other words, the chance that you can have water every day there is below 30%. This is where the numbers are. Then when it comes to wastewater systems, whether industrial or municipal, and what they have caused the deteriorating impact, whether it's Thamsanqa and others, the pollution in the water system. You go to Artis, you go to the Val River system, you go to all our pristine systems, the wastewater systems are not working well. And then non-revenue water, and then what is our response? And normally people, they are panicking, and they ask many questions. We have reached a stage where we must stop blaming people and we must just fix the problem. We are at a stage where we say, we don't care whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can fetch the mice. You know, there is issues of politics. I'm a politician. I'm not sure whether a politician or a scientist, but in between. They speak big English and ideological ideologues. They say this government wants to privatize what? We have taken a decision that when many of our municipalities are struggling, what do we do? Should we then be able to start to say citizens' right to have access to water and benefits must be trampled? It's a constitutional issue. Therefore, we have said we are going to review implementation model, the delivery mechanism. You know, municipalities have been delivering water the manner they've been delivering over years. That delivery model over time, it has not worked. It took us somewhere, but it can't take us to the promised land. Our response, we want everybody who runs water and energy or electricity to operate as a local business enterprise. That's a decision we've made. If we are going to operate as a local business enterprise, it means business principles are going to apply. For an example, we are going to have a proper governance system. We are going to appoint the right people. We are going to be exposed to performance-based contracts. We are going to have an operating licenses. Then there must be consequences. That's what we say. Therefore, municipalities can continue to be water services authorities and providers at the same time. Everybody who wants to deliver water in our country must be subjected to a process of capability assessment, then be issued with an operating license. It's a reform that we must do. And it's not something new. Other nations are doing it. Where I was, I discovered that the head of water, if he can't assure the assurance of water supply to citizens at 99% all the time, and a response time of less than 24 hours when there's a failure, that person gets fired and gets arrested in a country I'm not going to mention. But in other words, there's consequence management. You enter into a performance-based contract. We don't want it to be imposing what will be the delivery model. In the delivery model, there is a space for state companies. You can use another municipality that has a capacity, but it must have a license. You can use a water board. Not all water boards have capacity, but the ones that have capacity. You can bring in a private sector. Even the university can manage in a small scale as a water service provider. And you can bring a private sector in a particular ways, whether in terms of a concession. Go to Mpumalanga Mbombela in an area in Nelspruit, where Slulumans has been there for the last 8 years. I stay there. Our water assurance levels is at 99%. The turnaround time to respond to failure is in 24 hours. In Palito, one of the best places to stay in, Ilembe, in a district, there's Caesar water there. Concessions are not a privatization. What they do, you enter into a proper agreement. You sign the contract. We know that the funding of other activities, they will depend on some of the revenues that come from there. That's the decision we've made. And we're going to do that. Tomorrow, Prof, the National Water Crisis Committee is going to meet. When you don't do your job, we'll support you. But if you continue to fail, we'll take over. We cannot continue, those of us who are public representatives and government, be in conflict with citizens. And we don't respond to that question. Therefore, the issue of local business enterprise as a trading entities, especially in the metros. Metros, they've just been managing trading services like as part of, general deal. You can't just manage that. We're giving them 54 billion rands to create this institution so that we can. It is about a delivery model or a delivery mechanism. Water, electricity must be ring-fenced, proper governance, proper systems we do. The second component is financing. We don't have sufficient money to resolve our problems. But what are the sources of money? The first source of money is called traditional financing. Government has rates and taxes. Government gives grants and subsidies. In water per annum, we give more than 61 billion rands. That is national government, just to help municipalities. There is no financial prudence, there is no diligence, there is no discipline. It gets to be sent everywhere. And people started to say there's no money. But equally, citizens and industries are paying for the money in terms of the revenue from sales. Ring fencing. Some people, because they don't appreciate what is management and leadership, they think we want to impose something new. If you understand infrastructure or asset management doctrine, it says that to have a return on asset, you must do an investment on asset. In other words, when you sweat the asset is going to give you the returns. When it gives you the returns, the biggest portion must go back. You pay those that you owe, the creditors. You must then be able to improve the conditioning of the asset to be in a situation that it can give you more so that you can proceed. The answer to non-revenue water is not about detection of water leaks. It's fundamentally an asset management issue in totality. One day, we had something that was a good concept, but poorly conceptualized. You know, a good concept, poorly conceptualized, and poorly designed and poorly implemented. It's like if you're a politician, you know, to become some politician, you must sing a lot, then you can lead. Or you must say more slogans, then you can lead. Not all of them. In politics, there's something called revolutionary sounding phrases. A revolutionary sounding phrase does not equate to a revolutionary sounding policy. And a revolutionary sounding policy does not give you a revolutionary advance. Therefore, in your engagement today, I hear people use the big weight, non-revenue water. They like using it. Then this other person uses the word no drop. And then the other one uses the word blue drop and green drop. I normally fight with my PH here. I say that the manner we've pitched some of our concepts, they are not at the right level. Do you know that if there is a blue drops certificate, you don't perform well? It has to deal with issues of capacity. It has to deal with issues of institutional arrangement, financing, and the business processes. That's why the quality of water will not be good. You know, someone, I don't know where they got this person, thought that we must go to Hardis, spend R1 billion, remove the hyacinths. We removed the hyacinths, and then the algal bloom every time, every second. It became worse and worse, it's green. And then someone thought, let's go to the Val River system and remove a plant called lettuce. This person, you could see that in terms of mind mapping and decision making, has not been taught something called source-directed measures. Where does it start? Remove it from the source. You know, when you want to do lobbying, you must not lobby everybody you see in the street. You must use the word, what's the power plug? The issue of no drop, blue drop, green drop, and non-revenue water is a function of water conservation and demand management. And water conservation and demand management is not a function of using water sparingly. It's about institutions, systems, capacity, and all the aspects, including infrastructure. Addressing the issue of infrastructure is an important issue. Therefore, the money is there. But if the money can't be found, water is not a government issue alone. Private sector, they need water. Therefore, that's why there's something called blended finance. We go to the market because there is a commercial component of water to drive investment, to drive the economy, ensure that people are employed. Then from there you drive the issues of poverty. But then there's an issue of leaving no one behind, the poor, called the social component, which is part of the social security net. Therefore, the blended finance, there's a commercial component, but then there's a social component. Then we are able to ensure that at risk, we are mitigating the risk, it's de-risking. You can't be able to get that money. The other money we can get is called private sector funding. Most of our water infrastructure projects in the main, we don't have the money in the fiscus. 105 municipalities out of 144, they need more than 400 billion rands to fix the problem. When they needed the 400 billion rands, it was more than 6 years ago. The present value of 400 billion rands at that time, which is now the future value, has changed. It's more than 1 trillion rands. Where will we get? We are giving 158 billion. Can we resolve the problem? Allowing someone who has capital sitting there on a win-win situation, they will invest. In Limpopo, there is a big dam called Duop Dam. We are going in partnership with the mine for 26 billion. They are going to have the water available for mining, but we can't have the water only available for mining in Skukune, the neighbor plateau, in Capricorn, Waterberg, everywhere the pipe goes through communities. for sustainability, which is people, business, profits, and planet. We can't leave those people behind. Therefore, that's what we do. In Valhamahara in the Northern Cape mines, they want water, more than 100 kilometers of pipeline. Those Molanyana municipalities and communities there, that's what we do. And business is looking to invest, and we must create the condition. Bringing in private sector is to bring in the strength of our nation in resolving our challenges. The last money comes from what I call blue bonds and green bonds. Our principal and vice chancellor has spoken about it. Professor Babmamba and the team, they've been leading around the issue of conversion of waste into wealth. That's what green bonds are about and blue bonds. Waste into wealth, finding value on something that we think is a byproduct. The sludge can be converted into manufacturing product, which is fertilizer, in the midst that we are running out of fertilizers when it comes to issues of Ukraine and what is happening in the Gulf. Because if the fertilizer is an input, those who work in agriculture, they know the price of food is going to go up. They input into manufacturing, because agriculture is the life itself. It contributes to many other issues. Then sludge can be used for other things. Then we know that we can also produce energy. Remember, water, energy, and food nexus. We can produce even megawatts on the basis of sludge burning. In KwaZulu-Natal, in Durban, it's happening. That's the money that is there. One day, I'm not going to say because maybe someone is recording. Mines were fighting, Prof. You know what they were fighting for? They were fighting for sewer water, effluent or brown water. Because it can be used for dust suppression and other things that are there. Then this mine says, I want to invest 10 billion in South Africa. But if South Africa can't give me the effluent, I'm going to go to the DRC and go and invest there. Then there are these people there who look at opportunity to steal. Firstly, they say, no, it must go through a competitive process. The other mine comes in because they're a competitor to this mine and say, no, but you can't give this mine sewer. We also want the sewer now. Let's compete. And then ultimately, I was helped by the Minister of Finance, Comrade Godongwana. I was able to say, no, let's allow this mine to build its own wastewater treatment works for free for the municipality, the state of the art. But because you are also want sewer the other mine, I said I will give you the sewer from Pulugwan, where you can just put a pipe, resolution of the problem. You can put a pipe, you can have your own water. Guess what? That mine has stayed in South Africa. It's called Ivan Plants. It has opened another shaft. President went there and he opened it. I opened the water system. You could see the availability of the blue and green bonds. What does the municipality have to do? Only two things: sign the agreement, produce more sewer. For them to produce more effluent. You know what does it mean? It means the municipality will have a revenue, because municipality must allow development. When they allow development, someone is going to pay rates and taxes. When they pay rates and taxes, they are going to consume water, and then they are going to consume electricity. On the water they consume, a highest quantum is going to be released as the effluent required by the mine. I thought I must address financing, because people say where money will come from. My last point, because I don't want to speak on the other matters, I've taken long, is partnership. You know, partnership. One thing that if we are intelligent is to know that you don't know everything. You must know when to call a friend. And you are here to call a friend. I don't have to know everything, but I just have to take a phone and make a call. We're here to make the call. One day, you know, government works in a very funny way sometimes. I got employed as an HOD in one department, and all of them, they never studied what I studied, but they were supposed to resolve a water problem. In a small municipality called Caroline, the water was brackish. It causes tooth problems. There was high metals that are there. And then when you don't check things and verify them, my team says to me, let's build a new treatment plant for water. Now I must go and look for money. At the time, I was unable to think well. There was haze in my eyes. I go there, I say to my premier then, Didi Mabuza, may his soul rest in peace. I say, Premier, this problem is bad. This community, they were closing the roads, especially the road connecting us with Eswatini. Then I say to him, I need so many millions. He said, then he asked me, have you applied your mind? Is this problem an issue of civil structure? Whether is this a problem of mechanical or electrical? But because I trusted the wrong friend, not every friend is a right friend. You must know a friend with capacity, with a proper capacity. Then I remembered that, no, but if water comes out of a tap, looks like this. I thought, no, there is something about the quality of water. I tried to crack my head with chemistry. Then I said, let's take this water to the lab. Then I discovered that there was a heavy metal, iron there, and manganese was also there. Then I went to the periodic table, look at the plus and the minus. Then we could see that, you know what, we can be in a position to crystallize this thing, remove it. Then the next question we need to answer, what are we going to do to remove this heavy metal? Because we can't be in a position to create a medium that has this capability of having the anions and the cathodes to be able to attract it together. Ultimately, we knew that we needed a sand filter, but with that capability of the membrane technique. Guess what? We had to buy those bags. We went to Australia. We found the formula without spending millions and millions, resolving the wrong problem of infrastructure when it was more about the quality issues that needed to be there. Therefore, we call upon all our scientists, our engineers and scholars to rise to the call, to be a part of building our nation. Science and engineering is not the preserve, but it's about changing the course of history, changing the world we live in, to be a world of shared aspiration, a world at peace, a world of justice, but a world of prosperity. Not for you and me, but for those that were holding this planet Earth on their behalf as custodian. Our children, they deserve better. Let's ensure that this country and our world become a better place for them. One day they will bring to our tombstones and our graves flowers instead to come and spit at us. We wish the University of the Land, in terms of this conversation and dialogue, don't hold back. If we have a strong view, an independent mind, but it must not be a view that sounds revolutionary. It must be backed by evidence. It must be backed by data and science. That's how our country will be able to prosper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's please be circled. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Before we proceed, I'll make a few announcements on few modifications of the program. But before we do that, can I please ask our Vice Chancellor and Principal to please come to the podium to offer a declared gift of appreciation to Minister, please. May Professor Ngwepe and Professor Ngwepe and Professor Mamba please join this photo opportunity. Let's give them one more round of applause. May I ask the colleagues who are standing at the back, if you don't work for multimedia, please take a seat. Those who are at the back, if you are not a multimedia colleague, please take a seat. Thank you so much, both to the Honorable Deputy Minister as well as Professor Kambule for setting the scene. In a way, the two leaders have really now concluded the Imbizo. The Imbizo is concluded. Colleagues, we are going to make some small adjustment to the program so that we have been informed that the Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor needs to go somewhere. So it's 10:47. We will break from the session at 11 so that we can go on a break. And in that period, then the members of management that need to leave will be able to leave. I must also say that while Professor Kambule says that Unisa is a university of minds, a place of leaders, a place of presidents, she forgets to inform you that her PhD in ethics was also granted to her by the University of the Land. So she is an alumni of this very great university that she leads. I like it, Honorable Minister, when you invite us for partnerships and when you say that we must not hold back and that we must be friends with a proper, independent, evidence-based approach to life. And I'm excited that in this room, as has been welcomed by our Vice Chancellor, are numerous partners that we are working with you as a university. Over the weekend, Professor Zeblon Vilakazi wrote a piece, and I want to read an extract from that piece. He was addressing another challenge that I don't want to name, but it's this extract that interested me. And he says, higher education institutions exist to generate new knowledge, to encourage critical thinking, and to enable the free exchange of ideas across physical and intellectual disciplines and cultures. In this sense, Universities are not merely national institutions, but rather a part of global knowledge commons. Universities must remain open spaces for debate, inquiry, and the pursuit of truth. And this is exactly as summarized by your speech today. Universities must remain open spaces for debate, inquiry, and the pursuit of truth. Now, I was thinking this morning, why did we call this event an Imbizo? What is an Imbizo? In the Zulu culture, the kings will summon their nations when their critical agent matters affecting the kingdoms that need solutions in the now. Then they will summon nations into this Imbizo. One of my favorite artists, Puza Kemis, in 1992, released a song, and he was singing about the land question. It says, lo mhlaba siyawubhadalela lo, siyawukhokhela, njalo njena ikhona imbizo. Bangacabanga ukuthi siyahamba, we're doing nothing, we pay for this land. Ikhona imbizo. The musketeer of this university, the Mustang, Professor Kambule, has called us into this Imbizo after realizing of this big crisis that we are facing. We thank you, Professor Puleng, Professor Mamba, for calling us into this Imbizo. And indeed, Minister, I can assure you, we will not hold back. But it will be constructive, diverse, and necessary for us to go forward. So, we thank Unisa for calling us into this Imbizo. Colleagues, please be free. The Minister has said be free. Our Vice Chancellor has said be free. Who am I to say do not be free? Colleagues, at 10:51, I ask the multimedia colleagues to play a video. It's a 7-minute video. At the end of this video, I will not say anything. I will request our Honorable Deputy Minister and our leadership, together with our speakers, to come to the front for group photos. At that time, I will request you, colleagues, to go and have tea. We will have a tea break, 11:15 for 15 minutes. And then we will come back after the tea break and do session 1 and 2 combined so that we catch up to time. So multimedia colleagues, you have the video. Please play only slide 1 of what you have. Somebody can please dim the lights, not that one. Slide 1, the previous one. Can please somebody dim the lights? We're into a nanotechnology movie now. Please, Professor Ngumalo. This video, colleague, summarizes what you've been watching on the news in the last 3 months about water, which has been correctly... This is fine, Professor Nguma.
Demands action. What you are about to see is a short video that presents a snapshot of key developments over the past 3
Volume,
months.
please.
It provides the context for the important conversations that bring us together here today. Please take a moment to watch.
As we pump water, the infrastructure has decayed.
We will now elevate our response to water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which I will chair.
We're tired of listening to excuses. Water tankers are not the answer.
I don't know when last did I have a proper bath.
Financially, it has an impact having to purchase bottles of water.
I want water, I want to open my tap, and I want a service that I pay for to come out of it.
This is It's Topical. We welcome our panel getting into studio as well as our live studio audience who are here to explain their lived realities, right? That's what It's Topical is all about, bringing the people with the answers to the people who desperately need the answers, right? Someone said, life is simple, just add water. But what if there's no water to add? Complicates life, right? Friday, that the water task team, right, which is chaired by the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, was briefed that electromechanical failures at Rand water pump stations and major pipe bursts in late January temporarily reduced bulk supply. Rand Water has since restored full capacity, we're told. However, the municipal systems, particularly in the city of Johhanersburg, remains under pressure due to low reservoir levels.
Fresh, clean drinking water being wasted running down the street and creating this lake over here, which is really deep. I'm just sitting here at the edge of it. Now, you will know that Rand Water is throttling Joburg Water to make sure that you use less water when you haven't even got water in your pipes. This is because Joburg Water says that the average user in Joburg uses double the amount of the international average of water per day. I don't believe that for a minute. This is the reason that the water consumption is so high. This is the reason. We're losing millions of litres to waste and to leaks and to bad infrastructure. And before anybody says that Joburg residents must cut their consumption, could Joburg Water just fix the infrastructure?
Can I ask why we needed to have this committee? If the president has put you into his confidence in this regard, and that's instead of just strengthening the current existing structures that we have, such as the Department of Water and Sanitation.
Arabi, the water challenge throughout the country is at a serious and crisis stage. As the president quietly referred to what we saw when the load shedding was at its peak. It needed a collective national coordination in order to resolve it. Yes, some people are still on load reduction, but we have passed that difficult stage, even in the case of water. It's only that the city of Johhanersburg was on the news, especially Johhanersburg is a key metro, the biggest metro, and at the city that is the economic hub of our country. So now, this crisis committee at a national level chaired by the president, it demonstrates the seriousness the president is giving to this body to personally become part of resolving these challenges. It's going to pull all resources.
And what we see is, if you go look at, for instance, the Department of Water and Sanitation's dashboard, it shows non-revenue water, meaning water that has already been cleaned, going into the circulation, into the system, and it is being lost. And that roughly stands around about 48.4%, which is crazy to think. And just to put it more into perspective, for instance, within the financial year of 2024 to 2025, the city of Johannesburg submitted that they are at 46%, meaning that within a small time scale, they went from a 26% average to a 48% average. And that is, what is worrying about this is that this crisis is not just going to be in Gauteng. It is a massive crisis throughout the country since the end user, but the biggest problem is that we are losing so much water. So it's millions of rands billions even, that's being lost through taps.
Committees have been formed, contracts have been questioned, tankers have replaced taps, and communities are still waiting. The question is no longer whether there is a crisis. The question is, who is accountable?
People think that if there is no water, ourselves, our families who got special water, we don't. We also go through, in some instances, I have to go to a certain hotel so that I have to go to my commitment.
we also go through the same inconvenience like any other person. There's no special water or a special pipe that is designed to service other people and not service other people. Our families, our relatives, ourselves, our constituencies, they suffer the same pain.
What you have just seen is not simply a crisis report. It is a call to action. Reimagining a water-secure South Africa requires the courage to innovate, the rigor of world-class research, and the power of genuine collaboration across government, industry, and academia. That is precisely why we are here today. The work begins now.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Of course, we do have credits at the end of that for the various media houses where we took this from. Colleagues, we had to play this video so that we put into context why we are here today, as well as align that to the addresses that we have received from the Vice Chancellor as well as from the Honorable Deputy Minister. So we ask not if we have enough water, but we ask how boldly are we prepared to invest in securing its future. At this point in time, colleagues, I would like that we break. The time is 11 o'clock actually, and I request that we are back in this venue at 11:15. May I ask the dignitaries, the minister, the speakers, the Vice Chancellor and members of MENCOM and our deans to please come for a group photo. 15 minutes, colleagues, please make sure you are back in 15 minutes. In this session 1, it's on water quality monitoring and compliance. And we are going to have 4 speakers who I'm going to introduce. The first speaker, Professor Vahangwele Masindi. Vahangwele Masindi. Please come to the podium, Professor Masindi. I apologize for butchering your name. He is a distinguished professor at the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Please come and grab a seat. The second speaker, who also is an advisory board member of INANOS, really needs no introduction because he's a lifetime friend of INANOS, Dr. Espa Ngube from Randwater, who is a process technology manager, and she's a water quality specialist. Let's please welcome her through a round of applause. The third speaker is Professor Sylvester Mbandeli, who comes from the Water Research Commission, WRC, and he's a senior research manager there. Let's please welcome him through a round of applause. Lastly, but definitely not least, hey, it's Henda Kalo there now. Last but not least, Mr. Divan van Niekerk, who is a water quality specialist from Sibanye Stillwater. Let's please give him a round of applause. Colleagues, before we proceed, and instead of me reading the speaker's bio, I like to take this opportunity to request the speakers to introduce themselves. Ladies first, and with a microphone for audibility's purposes, please. Roughly who they are, their areas of expertise, what they do in the organization they serve, and everything that we need to know about them that's beautifully captured in the biographies, which I don't want to read so that we hear it from the horse's mouth.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think from the beginning of the bio of the Vice Chancellor was read from the smartphone. I'll take it that you also have the smartphones with you there. I can give you a quick summary. What I can say is I started my career National Department, then it was called Department of Water Affairs and Forestry, in 1997. Then we were called Water Soldiers because the technology was not as advanced as now, where you can collect the sample at a short distance and analyze it real time. I was able to manage the laboratories then. Some of you know them. They're in a place called Rotterdam. Also looked at monitoring and assessment before I joined Rand Water in 2002, where I've held a number of positions until now, the first one being head water and environmental projects, water quality specialist in the bulk distribution network. Since 2011, I've been employed as manager process technology. So you can see that I had a holistic exposure to the drinking water value chain, from catchment to tap. The only thing that I can say is I was prodded to mention it, that I'm a lifetime achiever holder of 2 awards in the wash sector. Thank you.
Good morning. Mine is not too comprehensive. It's very simple and straightforward. It goes with age and experience. I have been introduced, and I think it's quite clear that we got this information from our smartphones. My name is Vangwele Masindi. I saw Prof was struggling to pronounce Vangwele. No vendor names are. So my experience is quite fast as well. I've been responsible for the research, development, and process technology at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, responsible for the Smart Water Resource Management Research Group, and I'm a distinguished professor here at the University of South Africa. My vocation is mainly anchored in integrated water resource management. We do anything monitoring, we do anything water treatment, we pursue the concept of economy in its entirety, so we evaluate the entire system from water to the point of use. And that's the research that we focus on. Thank you very much.
Good colleagues, Sylvester Mbanili from Water Research Commission. I know that some colleagues prefer to call me Prof, and you will ask yourself, what is this professor doing at Water Research Commission? My background is agriculture, water management, climate change adaptation, and water energy food nexus. I'm happy to be here, considering the fact that I've been working with Unisa for the past, I think it's 13 years now. I'm an extraordinary professor here, but I also hold other professorships at University of Venda, University of China University of Technology, and also Tsinghua University in China. My primary focus is to drive research and development and innovation on behalf of the Water Research Commission. My portfolio deals with water use. Besides that, I'm also actively involved in academic activities. I managed to publish more than 350 publications, you can imagine. Like my sister has mentioned, you can go through the artificial intelligence, it will give you all the information. And I'm happy to say that my Google Scholar is 35, I've got H index of 35, which tells you something that for somebody who is not full-time academic, but pushing so hard, because for me, issue of human capital development or capacity building is very, very important. Thank you.
Yep, so good morning everyone. Firstly, great company, lovely to be sitting here. So my background is Stephen van Niekerk. My background is, I did the math a little bit, as well as all water quality issues across the entire SA region. So that includes all our gold operations from Western area all the way through to Welkom in the Beatrix area, and then all the PGM operations throughout the Rustenburg Marikana area. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So indeed, you can see that we've got real experts in the field. This session is on water quality monitoring and compliance. In the minister's address, he stated that South Africa's water issues are largely a question of quantity versus quality. And for this session, we will focus a lot on the quality aspects as part of ensuring our discourse on water sustainability. And we will also, through the address of the minister, he also mentioned an issue about, in particular, ensuring resource recovery, or as well as looking at the aspects of beneficiation mine impacted waters. And we will then also speak about funding, because we've got a funding agency that is, I think, the largest and the biggest funding agency on water research, in particular for universities and other such entities. So we will be focusing then, as the heading of this session talks about water quality monitoring and compliance. We will start off with Dr. Esper Ncube. And Dr. Esper Ncube, we request you to reflect on the questions of water from source to tap. What must we prioritize in terms of monitoring water quality from source to tap? What do we need to monitor and why? And what are our priorities? As you respond to that question, Prof, we request you to also talk to us about how does the source water catchment affect treatment cost and water pricing, especially on current and emerging issues, the drivers of the deteriorating water quality, including the effects of water, effects of human settlements. So to repeat, Dr. Ncube, what parameters in terms of water quality from source to tap should we be monitoring and why? And what are the key factors that are driving the deterioration of water quality in our South Africa's water supply as we respond to the quality aspect of water sustainability?
Thank you, Prof. I think I'll start from the basics in order to respond to this question. If we remember very well, those that remember when we started the water quality monitoring.
Sorry, Prof, it seems your microphone is not microphoning. Multimedia colleagues, please help us with working microphones so that we don't lose very important things.
Am I audible now? Is it microphoning?
It's now microphoning.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yes. I like breaking things into pieces so that people understand. I think that is the teacher in myself. First of all, looking at the concept of water quality, which I've seen most people. What is water quality? You will see that it is the chemical, biological, aesthetical, and physical aspect of water that makes it fit for its purpose. So then, why monitor these parameters? The main purpose and first priority is public health protection. Because each and every part of these components, they've got a role to play, and hence the reason why we monitor it. And you see that the action of monitoring is inherent in the water legislation, where we go to the reason of water quality compliance. I've already indicated that the water quality needs to be fit for its purposes. There are a number of uses of water that makes it fit for its purpose. Therefore, from the definition that I've already given, we monitor, we do chemical water quality monitoring, we do microbial water quality monitoring, we do physical water quality monitoring, as also water quality monitoring. And then when you go in each, when we say chemical, we look at those chemicals that are a challenge to human health and also at plant level to infrastructure. And that's why you will hear us emphasizing the issue of operational, because you need to also look at which parameters should be monitored so that compliance is reached. And I don't want to waste time to mention each and every element, but to direct you to the available drinking water quality guidelines and also the standards. In South Africa, that is the SANS 241 standard. At the moment, we are still using the standard version 2015. That's where we list each and every parameter that needs to be monitored for. And when you look at it, we always ask people to say, what is the most important water quality aspect to monitor? That's when now you look at the categorization of water quality criteria in 5 components, which I've already mentioned. There is acute health, microbial, and acute health chemical. Microbial, we look at those parameters that will be representatives which we usually call them indicators, indicator parameters, which when they are detected in water, we know there was some fecal contamination and therefore people are at risk. These parameters are called Escherichia coli, which is E. coli in summary, and also Crypto and Giardia. They constitute what we call the acute health microbial index. If you look into in the SANS 241, you will find that that is one of the indices. And the other one is acute health chemical. Why? Because these are parameters that must not be at present at levels that are not complying with SANS 241, and they cause immediate effect in people's health. Like the nitrates and nitrite, we have heard of the issue of new everything, the sulfates, where we have heard of the most occurrence of diarrhea, etc. Those are the parameters that are under health. And then there are parameters that are generally grouped under the chronic health component, also found with the one. Those are mainly chemicals. That is the heavy metals and the chemicals also that can be released because of infrastructure and corroded or they are found in source water because of discharge from different sources, point and dipsy. Like for example, you have discharges from the industry, mines, as well as flows from agricultural fields. That's where you found your heavy metals, your agricultural chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, as well as these things are on and off. You see what we're talking about? Yeah, so and those that we have heard of persistent organic pollutants, we have heard of emerging organic contaminants. Those are, we try to find indicators of those groups, and the criteria is listed in the SANS 241. Then somebody can ask a question and say, you are saying that must be monitored is listed in the SANS 241. That would be not correct. You look at what is at stake. What I always say to people is you have to understand your source water. And then when you understand your source water, you will know which technologies and which parameters you should be monitoring for. In the case where you find that the SANS 241 is not giving you guidance on what to monitor, you have to look at other available criteria. South Africa has a good board of knowledge in its South African water quality guidelines. They were at one stage revised through the Water Research Commission. If you find that there's no criteria for something that you want to do, you can go to that board of knowledge and see if there's a criteria that can assist you. But there's another source of information, which is the World Health Organization Drinking Water Quality Guidelines. If you are finding that there's a particular contaminant in the water and there's no criteria in the SANS 241, the practice is to benchmark against WHO drinking water quality guidelines and other available drinking water standards globally. I think, Prof, I will hold it there for now.
Yes, no worries, Doc. Thank you so much. Now, let's go to Mr. Devian. You know, as Dr. Ngube is talking, we're following the water from source to tap now. And she's now given us a proper analysis of the catchment and what type of analysis we need to focus on and why the deteriorating water quality is important. Now, let's talk about mining impacts in the water quality, as also in terms of the water matrix management. And now I ask you to say to us, how does mining activity most significantly affect water quality within and beyond the mine boundaries? And what do you guys do to correct the impacts that are caused by mining in the area?
Yeah. No, thanks. Thank you for the question. So maybe just to put it into perspective, if we talk about mining, obviously per mining operation, you'll have different elements linked to a certain mining operation. For example, if you talk about a gold operation, you've got a lot of sulfide-bearing minerals like pyrite and some signatures of uranium coming through there as well. And then if you look at more of a PGM operation, you'll have more of a nitrate. So that, from a treatment point of view, you'll have to attack each situation case by case. Now, from a mining point of view, we've undertaken enough. We've picked up that there's a big drive looking into water stewardship. So not only from a water quality compliance from our point of view and our district, but also from a community point of view, from the entire water resource. What is the resource looking like upstream and downstream, and any positive impact that we can bring to that water resource as well. So I maybe just wanted to put a point out there to say that, you know what, we should also look at, not from a compliance point of view, not only look at ticking the box, but working beyond that, you know, looking downstream. I mean, there's big international bodies that we adhere to, a lot of the mining houses, where we actually try and achieve a water quality result fit for purpose for the person downstream, and not only according to what the license says. But bringing it back in terms of what we do, so from a treatment point of view, we identify the source, we identify the type of water that we're working with, and then we implement suitable solutions. It is very site specific. I actually asked a question the other day, how easy would it be to move a plant, a treatment plant from a gold operation and improve the water quality in that sense.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davian. Prof. Masindi, let me stay away from the name for now, so that we don't become enemies after this event. Let's follow the water. And now we are further downstream. Issues of human settlements have popped up. And you've previously worked for a water board. In your view, what are the main challenges that municipalities face in managing nutrient-rich?
Their role as Water Services Authority, mainly, they need to purify the water and discharge it, and it has to comply to certain framework. By framework, I'm referring to the standard. You have the special limits, you have the general limits that you need to comply with. But when the system is overloaded, it compromises efficacy. If it's supposed to receive 50 meg, it's receiving 70 meg, it's receiving 100 meg. So the treatment efficacy, they get compromised. So meaning that the contaminants that is supposed to remove, it's also going to be compromised. It's not going to be compliant to the required standards. That's another issue. And another issue is an issue of technological development or advancement. Things are evolving, things are changing, contaminants are emerging. I think Dr. Ngobe was quite emphatic and explicit regarding the emerging contaminants, and systems and are assembled to tackle certain types of contaminants. I think also Sebanya was quite explicit to say that you cannot just take one plant and put it in another plant. You need to tailor it for a specific challenge. That's when you have the bespoke technologies that are assembled to address certain challenges. So in municipalities, the topical problem that I've observed through my experience with the water boards, with the government, with the council and the university as well, is that we have issues of nutrients loading into the systems. And that goes beyond the assimilative power of any receiving aquatic ecosystem. A receiving aquatic ecosystem, it can be a river. So when it goes beyond the threshold, you start to have a problem. And it creates an environment that is conducive for the growth of aquatic plants. I was fortunate enough to manage the Harte Biosport system, where we deployed quite a number of technologies. We came up with a framework to turn around the situation that was happening within Harte Biosport. And the quest was to ensure that the security of the water is enhanced. The benefits, the blue economy of the water is also enhanced. It's not compromised to any degree. So that's why we start to have issues such as the algal bloom. We start to have the issues of hyacinth, which from our side as well, we believe these are the symptoms of upstream activities. If we discharge effluents, we're not going to have systems that are eutrophic, that are conducive for the growth of aquatic plants. So we need to solve the problem at the source. So what we need to do as the university is that we need to intervene at a municipality level, at a treatment level, whereby we come up with innovative, robust, and aggressive technology that are agile enough to respond to the emerging contaminants, to the available contaminants. Technologies such as the technology. The nanobubble technology is a very, very innovative technology that can even use atmospheric oxygen to ingress oxygen into the water body and accelerate activities within the BNR system. So those are some of the technologies that we need to implement to ensure that municipalities are compliant and are discharging effluents that are not going to be problematic to the receiving environments. And one other thing that is quite interesting from our sector, it's very close to my heart, is the issue of the economy. What we have achieved so far through the University of South Africa, we were able to synthesize struvite from municipal wastewater, meaning the ammonium phosphate, which are problematic downstream, at the time we use it for that fertilizer. That speaks to the nexus as well. Those are some issues that we are doing from our side. It is available. We have managed to recover phosphate in municipal wastewater, use it for the production of phosphoric acid, and it's a very we engaged the FOSCOR about the possibility of using the very same phosphate stream that we get from municipal wastewater, which is part of circular economy concept. And down to the acid mine drainage before it's like closed probe. In acid mine drainage, I think we have literally done everything. I think I was quite excited when we drank water that we brought from an acid mine drainage in a circular economy approach, where you have a system, you take effluent, you recover minerals at different stages, from the iron, the limestone, that you recover everything, including the brine. I think Professor Animare is going to delve deeper into that during the upcoming sessions as well. So those are some of the technologies that we have developed and patented. So I would just encourage the colleagues to say that there's a lot of avenues that we can possibly explore from our side in terms of water management, technologies that have been used in what. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. These microphones, they are making us lose key important discussions. Can I plead with the team to please help make our job easy through provision of working microphones? It's getting a bit frustrating. Thank you so much, Prof. Before I go to Professor Sylvester, the microphone, when it was not microphoning, you were saying something very important on new and emerging technologies for quality monitoring and treatment. Can you please just restate that for the benefit of everybody, hopefully with a now better working microphone?
No, I was saying that we can also leverage onto artificial intelligence in terms of monitoring the water quality. We have the machine learning, we have the AI, we have the Internet of Things, which are some of the advanced tools we can utilize to optimize water systems. So if we can rely on online systems, for example, the Deputy Minister was speaking about the non-revenue water, and Dr. Ngwe was speaking about the water quality monitoring. So if we can put sensor, it gives us an opportunity to respond timeously to some of the issues that we are experiencing in our systems, and we get data in real time so that we can also make informed decisions transpiring or happening within our purification process. If there's any treatment defects, we are able to respond in time. And in terms of emerging technology, I spoke about technology. It's one of the most promising technology that we could use in a typical BNR system. The overhead stairs to ingress oxygen into the system so that we can activate the microbial activities. In our we use nanobubble technology, which is quite big. And we increase in oxygen from the atmospheric oxygen, then we boost the oxygen level, we minimize the death of
Yeah, no, please use your teacher voice. I think this microphones, I think we have to go back to the basics.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I was just talking about the nanobubble technology, what it has done in the RTBS sport term, and now we are up of the purification systems. We are targeting municipal wastewater, where we are going to say that because we are receiving more than the design capacity, this nanobubble technology can downsize the design of your system. You don't need to increase the hydraulics, but you increase the load in the system. Then the microbial activities that are taking place in that reactor, then they're affected. Then water that we discharge, because we compose ammonia, you release it. You have phosphate, then mechanisms will take care of everything. Then the effluent is going to be compliant. So those are some of the emerging technologies that we are developing from our side, and we have crystallized, they have matured, we are deploying.
Thank you so much, Prof. Professor Sylvester, congratulations on having over 300 publications and that beautiful age index, while also taking care of our funding needs. Congratulations on that. Before I get back to you, I see Professor Dr. Ngube wants to add something on the discussion.
Yes, I wanted to add something that I want the people to understand before we proceed, which is how the part of water quality monitoring, certain critical approaches that we have to understand. If you remember very well, at the dawn of our independence in 1994, there were a lot of outbreaks, diarrheal diseases that were happening. And it was then because of the way we were doing water quality monitoring. We were only taking samples at the tap, which is point of use. And over the years, we've learned that it is very important to do integrated water quality monitoring, and you do risk-based approaches in water quality monitoring. And one of that approach, we learned it when there was an outbreak in the USA and Canada, Milauke, I think you remember that incident, and only to discover that there was a need for us to start from the source up to the tap, and what the approach was called multi-barrier approach, where we identify critical control points from catchment to tap and address the potential to say the water quality, how is it supposed to be at each of those points, and therefore address it at an earlier point. If you discover that, for example, let's take at source level, chlorophyll A, which is an indicator of whether there's algal blooms that are forming, and also the status ecosystem we then know that there is definitely some loading in that area. And therefore, we have to do source water protection. If, for example, you discover that there's high turbidity because of what we've recently observed due to climate change, because you heard the minister confirming that climate change is here, it's not a myth anymore. We saw the increased floods happening. That resulted in high turbidity, high color forming, natural organic matter increasing. Therefore, already you have to start asking yourself, what do I need to do at plant level when it comes to coagulation, flocculation processes, which you can now choose to say, I need to do enhanced coagulation, and you go down the chain until the tap. And the other practice that has been brought in, again, I'm sending you to the artificial intelligence and the platforms that are available. We know very well we started doing water safety planning. We started, recently they've started talking about sanitation safety planning, and you know there are all these risk abatement methodologies that are in place. Hence, I just want to emphasize that, to say there's a need to invest and also to increase research, development, and innovation in that area, especially the use of sensors in water quality monitoring. Thank you.
Yeah, it really shows, Dr. Ncube, how long you've been in the water space. Crystal clear, properly summarized, and I'm glad that you raised the issue of funding and investments around it, because that's the question now that I direct to Professor Sylvester. With what has been said here, let's talk about available funding for water research, in particular the needs and priorities, as is the view of the Water Research Commission. What are the key funding gaps hindering water research in South Africa? And what are your priorities in terms of, especially around water quality? What are the WRC questions that we, as the universities, the minister spoke about partnerships, public, private sector, universities, all coming together to solve this big challenge. We did say for this particular session, we're only going to focus on water quality. So what are the funding opportunities available, and what, in the view of the Water Research Commission, are the priority areas that we, as universities in particular, in partnership with everyone that's in the room, should be focusing on?
Thanks, Program Director. Yes, Water Research Commission has research funding dedicated for the water sector and other key strategic sectors like agriculture, sanitation, and so on. For us, the most important thing is to make sure that researchers are coming up with proposals that are addressing needs and priorities on the ground. Remember, Water Research Commission is a public entity, Schedule 3A. However, we get our funding not from Parliament, but we get it through water levy, which means that each liter of water, we get certain percentage, and it's collected on behalf of Water Research Commission by bulk water utilities, and then through the department, and then it's transferred to Water Research Commission. With regards to water quality, colleagues have highlighted water challenges from the source up to the end point for various activities, it's either domestic, industry, and so on. But let me bring a different dimension, looking at the water quality from the agriculture perspective, because that's also another key strategic sector that we need to deal with. besides the fact that, I mean, it utilizes 62% of our water resources. And at the same time, they are the culprit because they pollute the same water. So we have got the responsibility to make sure that we develop technology that will assist us to address water challenges in the country. She spoke about the water quality guideline, which was developed in 1996. Water Research Commission decided to remodify them, penalize them, looking at the water quality guideline, focusing on domestic water quality guideline, looking at the aquaculture, looking at the agriculture sector. And we during the process, we have managed to develop technologies, because for us as Water Research Commission, we don't want to develop a technology that will put it in our shelf. The technology should be out there assisting various sectors in order to improve their activities and also to improve the economy of this country. And again, we are also working with various mines across the country. The water quality across irrigation streams, across water canals, and so on. We are doing this so that we address issues related to safety, and also making sure that we use our water resources in a very efficient and sustainable manner. The minister highlighted the fact that South Africa falls among the 30 dry race countries. And issues related to water quality is very, very important. Over and above that, we need to produce more resources by using less water. The fact that, it's not only the water sector that needs water, there are various economic sectors that need water, and the issue of water allocation, water quality, needs to be factored within the whole value chain. So I'm looking at colleagues, say, come up with the proposals that will address the challenges that we are facing in the country, biophysical or socio-economic challenges. But we also need to make sure that we drive our activities in a nexus or in an integrated manner. That's very, very important, because nowadays you cannot talk about water issues without talking about energy, or without talking about food. So there is clear direct link, and the water quality thing is very, very important. Really sabotage my points, but these are some of the issues that we're driving. And this university has got several projects that are funded by the Water Research Commission, focused on water. And I'm happy to say that some of the issues that I've paid have been funded by the Water Research Commission. And the issue of water quality, it's a top priority for us across all water sensitive sectors. fix the mic while I'm
Thank you so much, Prof. And indeed, I must thank the Water Research Commission. We've got a couple, in fact, a very big number of Water Research Commission funded programs here at these universities whose researchers and students are also well represented. Mr. Van Niekerk, let's go back to this issue of mine impacted water. The minister used the words waste into wealth, and Professor Sylvester just touched now on the WRC being interested in the resourcing or the reutilization of mine impacted water. Here at INANOS, we've got Professor Johannes Marie, for example, whose research as well as prototypes are displayed outside. And he has come up with a freeze crystallization technology which is aimed at recovering four things from mine impacted water. The ions, the metals themselves, which then they use for making paints, for example, pigments. The water itself, cleaner version of the water, and as well as they recover salts from through this process. Would you please take us into confidence about how your SBANE works and in around issues of utilization, of converting this mine impacted water into this thing that we view as water that is being polluted by mining into resources, as well as that water being added into the surface waters and also in this water quality mix. Will you take us into confidence?
I'll give it a go. Thank you for the question. So, tying it back in terms of from a mine water perspective, right? If we look at water quality issues, there's a big drive find innovative and cost-effective solutions to mine water where you can potentially have a saleable product as a byproduct, but then also augment with the necessary water developed from that system. And actually, something that's been sitting in my head as well quite a lot lately is the idea of pulling all of this into a post-closure scenario, because we do have a lot of, just one step back in terms of water quality, there's a lot of legacy mining impacts across South Africa that we know of, and a lot that we don't know of. And for a mining company and for the mining sector, we need to strive to look for sustainable closure scenarios, and it feeds back into Prof's idea of circular economy and post-land use and saleable products afterwards should the mining sector close down. So from that, the industry is really trying to push for a circular economy, especially also looking into modeling to see where we will end up in future, and then also into a sustainable post-closure scenario.
Can I ask, we'll take 2 minutes so that our colleagues sort out the frequency on the microphone. Can we please that? No. Remain in the venue. Frequency does not need you to leave the venue. Oh. Ask your question. Kindly please introduce yourself and then state who the question is being directed to. I am looking at the audience and I'm looking forward to the audience engaging our facilitators. We have 60 more seconds for our mass media team to sort themselves out. Let's give our leaders a round of applause as they walk back in. When the introductions were being made, Dr. Chivase, who serves as the acting vice principal for teaching and learning, student support and engaged scholarship, was still making his way. We are excited that he joined us, and I wish that we please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Dr. Chivase, please rise so people can see you. Thank you so much. We can proceed now. Okay. Colleagues, now is the time that we then take questions from the audience. Can I see by a show of hands, please, from that side, this side, and this side? Thank you so much, Kuzo. You are the Kuzo that I admire. That's very much impressive. Let's please give a microphone to Kuzo. Kuzo is one of our PhD students. And then the microphone is already this side, that's okay. The colleague, please remember to introduce yourself and then tell us who the questions are directed to. We will take 3 questions at a go, and then we give you guys, colleagues, a chance to respond. Please proceed.
Hi, is it working? Yeah. My name's Kirsten. I'm the editor of Water and Sanitation Africa magazine. I have a quick question for Dr. Ngube. With regard to the changes in SANS 241, is there anything that you're particularly excited about, and is there any changes in the that you think people might, entities might battle with? And then my next question is to Mr. Fantini. I was quite interested in talking about post-mine closure. So just, obviously Sibanye is doing very well, so it's in the very far future. But what actually are you doing? Are you designing your mines around the future of closure? How are you mitigating any future pollution?
Thank you so much, Christian. Your 2 questions, one to Dr. Ngube and one to Mr. Van Niekerk, just because the microphone is not microphoning. The first question, Dr. Ngube, to you is on the SANS 241. Any changes that you are excited about, please take us into confidence. The second to Mr. Van Niekerk, it's about on your minds and the design on the processes. Are you future-proofing this and all that? Thank you so much. That was from Christine, who is the editor of Water and Sanitation. Second question, please. Kuzo. Thank you so much, Kuzo, for representing the PhD students. As I said, Kuzo is our PhD student. So introduce yourself and ask the question.
My name is Kucho Muka. I'm a PhD student, supervised by Prof. Ngumalo. My question might be because of the microphoning. I want to understand on the technologies that you use to purify your water. You end up saying that you drink that water. Can you please elaborate on that so that we are sure of what you said? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kuto. Your question was heard because the microphone was working. The third hand, please, colleagues. The third hand. Colleagues, you know how I operate. Please, let's not do that today. Okay.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fulupera Hope Mudau. My question is to Masindi. I think you talked about innovations, technologies that we need to come up with, as well as AI and everything. I think my question is, how flexible is one municipality in terms of integrating this new technology? How easily can our research be integrated into the real world?
Thank you so much. Fulufelo Hope Mudau is a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute. May I now please request Dr. Ncube to respond to the first question?
Thank you for the question. But as I indicated that the current version of the SANS 241 that we are currently officially using is the 2015 version. And although I am involved in some SANS committees, unfortunately this time I was not in the committee that finalized the standard. I know it is being published. I will just wait for us to be patient until it is and we can have access to it. But while during the first phases, the text that I can say that can be something that can be excited about. If we look at our versions, the 2006 and the 2015 one, we were referring to say you suspect that there's anything, any concern in your supply, please monitor for it. This time, I think I'm foreseeing the criteria for selected in the form of organic contaminants. I think that suffices. You're happy, I'm happy.
I think it's for you. Mr. Van Niekerk.
Yes, yeah, thank you. And thank you for the question. So in terms of So the question was linked to post-closure. We future-proof that. So in terms of future pollution, mitigation and post-closure, for any future projects that we and I know it's a drive from the money sector as well to do this, is you link that back to best practice, international best practice. You link that back to best practice. All expansion projects, any designs that are done, any potential water pollution, we link back to predictive models, conceptual dynamic water balances. We've got new sensors that we're implementing that's feeding live data. It'll give you a good baseline work from to future-proof all new projects that are happening. For the current and the legacy mine that we have, we do concurrent and parallel rehabilitation thereof, so that we achieve a post-closure scenario where the resource and the land use is restored back to its original state. So that is the goal with each project that we undertake.
Van Niekerk, Professor Sylvester.
Yeah, I wanted to comment about the issue with regard to innovation and artificial intelligence. I mean, the point is that this country embraces the fourth industrial revolution. And the fact of the matter is that we cannot solve 21st century problem using 19th century strategy. It does not work that way. Over and above that, we need to embrace all these decision support tools that are there. Water Research Commission has got projects that are using drone technology, the water quality and water availability across irrigation schemes and water canals. And the fact of the matter is that those technology needs to assist sectors to manage water in a sustainable manner. over and above that, we know very well that, other countries are bringing technologies in this country, but those technologies needs to adapt it so that they can suit our local conditions. So the most important thing is for us to appreciate and make sure that, the technology uptake, we are taking it very seriously, because we cannot invest and put millions, whereas the sectors are not using those technologies in order for us to conserve our water resources, and also making sure that we produce more by using less water. Thank you very much. That is just my contribution.
Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, I now wish to give our speakers the last word. It's been 59 minutes that we've been engaging. If we were to forget everything that we have engaged on today, what must we not forget regarding the issue of water quality monitoring and compliance as part of solving the quantity versus quality aspect of water sustainability in South Africa? Please, in any order, your parting shots.
Thank you very much. From my side, what I've gathered is we can adopt the helix model, where universities and government cooperate to tackle some of the topical issues and challenges that the country. Out of that model, we come up with research agendas. We are looking into water quality, structure defects, financing models that we can put in place to address the challenges that the country is experiencing. Then I think that can be a takeaway from this engagement, and that can be a resolution of this Imbizo. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to continue to say we are experiencing the challenges of climate change and its variability. We are experiencing the effect of the growth of the populations. Urbanization is continuing. And one thing, while those processes are happening, we must know that our source water is being impacted differently. Being surface, groundwater, mine water, effluent water from wastewater treatment plants. What we must know as that is happening is the composition of those source waters are no longer the same. We continue to talk of emerging contaminants. We have to into identification of those emerging contaminants, that is as far as tools for identification and measurement. And we cannot do that in isolation. We have to work in partnership as industries, universities, government, and civic societies. Thank you.
From my side, obviously, I have to sell the WRC brand. We need to invest in research and development and innovation. That's very, very important, especially if we want to move towards knowledge-based economy. China, US, and so on, they invest a lot. For us, we are at the bottom layer. Second issue is the fact that issue of partnership. We cannot operate in a silo. We need to drive our activities in a nexus or in an integrated manner. Some of our transdisciplinary projects using the water energy food nexus as a way to address some of the challenges. The Deputy Minister highlighted the issue about the fact that we are just left with less than 4 years to look at the National Development Plan and the SDGs. And we need each other in order for us to achieve those objectives. This is just my take-home message. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think I share the sentiment of the panel. My initial idea when I walked in here was, to bring home the message that you've got the three pillars in this space, which is government, your academic institutions, and your industries. And we need to, and I know we can and we will bridge the gap between the three. And for us, if we can achieve that, I fully believe we can achieve anything that's possible. And I just want to basically leave the room with a message to say that we should never underestimate our role in this, and not only in this room, but in South Africa as a whole. This crisis it's one that's affecting us all, and something that we all need to address collectively. Thanks.
Give our speakers a round of applause. In this session, then, we have successfully managed to start conscientizing ourselves about what the minister called the system theory on the philosophy of water. We followed water from the source to the tap through the speakers from Rainwater, our very own distinguished professor from KAIS, Professor Masindi, Dr. Ncube from Rainwater, Professor Mbandeli from the Water Research Commission, as well as Mr. Van Niekerk from Sibanye Stillwater. They have given us their thought process on the aspect of quality, looking at the water from tap, looking at issues of funding for water research, the needs and the priorities, the collaborations between the partners, as well as looking at catchment aspects to say, what do you monitor from the source, how do you monitor it, and how does it impact treatment, and most importantly, how do those conditions influence treatment costs, and also the issue of future technologies, especially in mine-impacted waters, and also dealing with the effect of human settlements, mostly informal, on our water sources. May we please give them a huge round of applause one last time. This then brings us to the end of session 1. I'd like to request the speakers to kindly take a seat on the other side. We now move into the second session, whose program director is Professor Dube. Professor Dube, Simi Dube, is the deputy executive dean of the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, a chemist by profession, and we call her a deputy mother here in the college. Professor Dube will take us through session 2 on water supply. And deputy mother, Prof, you are the mother. Prof Dube is the deputy. There is no contestation, Professor Kambule. You are the mother. You are alone up there. Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. We will do this at the end of session 2. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your time and your audience.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon. It's now afternoon, colleagues. It's a beautiful day, and we really want to honor Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Mahlobo. I cannot express our gratitude enough. We've been hearing from you. This is the 3rd time in this space. And for you to honor invitation to an institution like us, we really don't take it lightly that you have canceled your programs to accommodate us. And when we listen to you all the time, we hear a scientist talking about solutions that are for the community. So let's please really acknowledge the Deputy Minister. And my dream and wish, Minister, is that this walk is not a walk where we are talking, but is a walk where one day we will look at a space where we have transformed the livelihoods of people and provided them with clean water and sustainable solutions indeed. So thank you so much. And Prof. Linkabula, thank you so much. We acknowledge your leadership, your thoughts, the energy that you're actually inspiring in us to say you can create solutions. You came in 2021, Prof. I always say this, that when I listened to you, I had for first time an excitement of there is a possibility of doing greater than what we've been doing. At times we think we are doing well, we do research. When you asked us your research, show me your products, you said you are doing very well. I can see that as a college. But you said, now show me the product. Where can I go and say this is something that your college has created? That for me was inscribed in my heart. And I hope that before you retire from being a leader, you will see a solution from this institution. Thank you. And I just want to recognize, because I'm told my time is very limited, I want to recognize Professor Ngwepe, Dr. Chivase, you've been recognized earlier. I'm not going to go into the detail of your offices, but thank you so much that you came to support us. I recognize the leadership in the college, that is the College Executive Committee, and also the leadership from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, and all of you who are here, and all our stakeholders. I have an opportunity to then have this session where we've got very important colleagues from different diverse stakeholders who will actually take us through the conversation of water supply and infrastructure. When I listened to the Deputy Minister, I felt like the whole program is gone. Do I really have to do this session? Because he covered everything and answered himself even. So he asked the questions and answered. But I've liked to, at this point in time, invite Dr. Zakele Kuzwayo from Johhanersburg Water to come to the front, please. He's the Manager of Innovation and Technology in Johhanersburg Water. Please come to the front, please. I also would like to invite Mr. Trevor Kopo, the CEO for Leadership in Water Innovation. Please come to the front. Let's welcome him. From City of Tshwane, Metropolitan Municipality, we've got Mr. Asa Sekwaela. May I invite you also to come to the front. He's the divisional head for bulk water and wastewater services. Please, let's give him a round of applause. And then from the University of South Africa, the Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability, we have our own Professor Johannes Mare. Prof, may I invite you to also join the team. So as Prof Mare is coming, you were privileged that the foundation was laid very, very well during the keynote conversation. The minister touched aspects that at times, Minister, we also grapple with. We say we've got a lot of water. We look at the rain and we say, why are you cutting water when there has been so much rain? You are complaining about storm, but you are saying you are cutting water. How does that work? So I think this is a space where the questions that we have actually been posing, that we get a lot of runoff. Where does the runoff go? What is our capacity to harvest water, to capture the storm water? What is our thinking about, exploring water recycling, maybe considering water reuse in different spaces. What is the agenda that we are having when we are actually having a lot of water around us, that is from the oceans? What is it that we actually intend to do? And you were talking about the issues of desalination. So this team will then actually take us through some of those points. Of course, we talked about other things which talk about funding and so forth, which will then come in the conversation. I would like to then maybe invite my colleagues who are at the front here to then help us to unpack some of these matters. And I would like to start with you, Dr. Kozwayo from Johannesburg Water. Maybe you can assist us in this. What makes large-scale water reuse feasible for Johannesburg, especially this time? What makes it feasible?
Afternoon. Can you hear me? I suppose the question.
Now, my mics are not doing well, colleagues.
Okay, we can try again.
Please go ahead.
I'm saying, yeah.
Maybe you can just speak. Maybe if you hold it at the bottom.
Okay, let's try that one. All right, can you hear me now? Hopefully now, a bit lower. Okay. All right, is it better now? Okay, let's put it there. All right, I guess the best way to answer the question is indirectly how the Minister has answered our champion team at Joburg Water. So basically, things differently. Still killing me. All right, let's try again. So ultimately, in the end, the best way to answer you is to try and see how we view water as a resource in the city of mostly Joburg Water. So I use a very simple example of where we are. A lot of time we're talking about solutions. We are actually moving with solutions at Joburg Water. I'll talk about, for instance, the Minister mentioned, in this case, effluent reclamation and reuse. He mentioned acid mine drainage. He mentioned boreholes. He mentioned our system, and he also mentioned the last one. It's quite important, tunnel water. So we've got a project happening as part of the city of Joburg to explore alternative water systems, where we are trying to access management tunnel water, which is in Sentin or the Marlborough area. So ultimately, the challenge is not just knowing there's water. How do you go from A to Z? Where now innovation is about how do we play in a system which naturally does not allow science to be in it, to make sure you can find solutions. So ultimately, the talk is over. So number one, you must build relations. We've talked, in this case, GMA being the Gautrain Management Agency, to ask how do we get your water to make sure we use it. It's not a very simple answer when it comes to how systems operate, but we are governed by supply chain, we are governed by legality, and we are governed by the implement A, basically. So that conversation has taken more than 2 years, just for us to be able to get the water, or at least the agreement going. Then ultimately, after that, once you actually know what you're looking for, how then do you then try and create a demand within company, within Joburg Water, to say, we recognize the importance of getting solutions. How to navigate as technology is not really part of how we do things. So ultimately, come in with, in this case, SOPs. You must come with frameworks. You must basically undo and try and apply aspects of the FMA, which may sit outside of the usual realm of technology and technology. Ultimately, we created a research, development, innovation office just to look at how we can plan and execute things, because ultimately, in the end, you can't expect a supply chain person to solve your problems, because their job. And, okay, this thing is really killing me.
All right. The mic seems to have died on us, colleagues. We are sort of struggling to hear the contribution because of the mics. What is the issue though with the mics?
Okay, let's try again. So ultimately, frameworks need to be put in place, policy needs to be put in place, but more importantly, change management. So how we become in a country when it comes to solutions. We actually have to recognize the importance of leadership in being able to solve problems. How we, in this case, we use data-driven service delivery. We actually have an MOU with Unisa. Okay. Meant to assist us to get to a point where we understand that we are basically an implementer of delivery. How then do we have parties who do what they do best coming in, assisting us, trying to achieve what we want to achieve? Yes, currently we partner with Unisa on a couple of aspects. They become our champions when it comes to wastewater treatment. They become our champions when it comes to rainwater harvesting. Of course, they're lagging a bit behind, but ultimately we're looking for Unisa to come and solve our problems. Our problems are trying to deal with issues on the ground. Again, back to the GMA water system. So now, ultimately, I must basically go to the Gautrain management and say, I've got you. How do I take your water from your tunnels to make sure, of course, doesn't really infringe on your system? And then, of course, try and find a way to use it accordingly. When the plan is, I'll take the water from the Wilds Nature Reserve in Houghton, pump it all the way back to, in this case, treat it, store it, then somehow find its way into the reservoir system to make sure at least individuals around the area don't have water interruptions. So it's a process requiring in the system. We are looking for end-to-end solutions. How then from 0 to 10 in terms of getting water from, in this case, the tunnel to your household. That part is the easy part. Now, how do I fund this? I need to estimate how much it will cost to try and get that water and deliver it to you in the short space of time possible. 200 million. Where do I get 200 million? My budget right now is $1 billion from the city of Joburg to Joburg Water. And now, 20% of that now must go to a single project. How do I convince and twist people's arms to recognize the importance of having, of course, in this case, what demand management, and more importantly, how do I convince the powers that be to recognize how technology can be used to try and get solutions? So now, my job is to try and sit down with the executives to say, guys, we've got a solution, 8 megaliters, we've got a long-term plan. How do we make sure it starts getting moving? That's the part which is most difficult in the municipality, especially in metropolitan, because competing resources for the same pocket. So ultimately, we are already at that stage now where we are engaging with the WS. We're trying to engage with the management to make sure we can raise the funding, to make sure we go from not just ideation to implementation. So I'm hoping to answer your question in terms of how we are now seeing the future in terms of innovation in the public space.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think you're touching on very important aspects, especially where we have to move from the idea to a solution, that you are recognizing there's quite a lot of possible sources of water that can be treated, but then is to put the systems to partner to ensure that the treatment systems are just not just theorized, but they are things that are practical and usable. That is, technologies that are usable for us then to have to bring the water from wherever, whether it's the tunnels or wherever it is, or groundwater, that we then have the treatment for us to then. And you spoke about funding as well. That is a space where people have to look at it and say, yes, this has a huge cost implication, and there are competing factors. What do we need to actually work on and prioritize and bring in most partners to come and bring solutions? So maybe I'll come back to you on another point, just to go again on another dimension. Maybe I will ask Mr. Kobo to talk about the issues of, we're talking of water sanitation, but we know, water provision, but we know that there is issue of sanitation. And there are actually challenges in terms of wastewater treatment plants. So the question that I'm posing to you is sort of, what are decentralized water treatment systems? If you can maybe give our audience that understanding first. Then what key benefits do they actually offer, and how can they complement existing centralized systems? So it's 3 questions in one. You just have to briefly give the audience what you actually understand about the decentralized water treatment water systems, but also what are their benefits as well as their limitations compared to existing systems.
Thank you. How does my voice project? Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
I'll put this away. Okay, I'll try to grab your attention by giving you a number of names. London, Paris, Rio de Janeiro, Bruges. These are all cities globally that are almost, if not over 1,000 years old. And what do they have in common? Water. So from the beginning of time, human settlements have been determined by a single resource, water. Now, I give you another list. Johhanersburg, Rustenburg, Palaboro, and many other cities in Africa. They have no water. So we spoke about, I think I've heard the word legacy, mining legacy. I think we are taking it from the start. We're taking it from source. We live in cities that were not designed for sustainable human settlements. We live in cities that were designed for extraction of resources. And so we actually have a default setting that works against us right from the get-go. To say, when we talk about, yes, the mine closure issues that must be attended to, but actually, are we addressing the primary default setting that we are working against, which is water resource for sustainable cities and sustainable human settlements? So that's what we must overcome primarily before we go anywhere else. And so, when you think of that, I am a CEO and founder of a company that's 24 years old. And for the last 24 years, we've designed and built wastewater systems focused on reuse. Because if we think we can solve the problem by building bigger dams and having more storage capacity, all we are doing is buying time. Our cities are not even 200 years old. Do you really think that if we build another 100 dams, we will have enough water in 1,000 years? So when we're talking about our children, how many generations are we planning for exactly? Are we planning for the next 50 or 100 years? Or are we planning for the next 1,000 years? And so the challenge that we have requires us to look into the future with a much deeper introspection and a much bigger telescope to say exactly where are we sitting 400 or 500 years from now. Now, I'll then try to address all of the questions. And by presenting empirical evidence of what we've done as a company in the last 24 years. Now, the first issue is you can only build sustainable cities by responsible design of our water infrastructure. So first of all, if you look at the first challenge I've presented, which is the location of the cities, the second problem is the location of our wastewater treatment works. So they're generally located close to a river system where we discharge. So we understand why we've got a problem with the valve, we've got a problem with transport, is because we are now discharging our sewer into the very same dams and rivers that supply us. That's number one. Number two is the distance that we actually have to come that sewer. I think the extreme we're looking at as much as 30, 40 kilometers. You flush a toilet, and for 30 or 40 kilometers, we are pumping that excrement for treatment. So when you break down the numbers, we spend 70% of our money conveying sewer and only 30% actually treating it. That's not sustainable. Now, when you think of all of that transportation is based on a single premise, because we look at water and wastewater as waste, not as a resource. Because if we look at it as a resource, then we don't need to pump it for 30, 40 kilometers. You can treat it right there and reuse it. And this is really what is advised, the whole ethos around LWI, is we believe you can treat that water at source and eliminate the cost of conveyance, and suddenly you start making money out of water. So we look at it as a resource. When we look at the billions, and I'm glad the Honorable Deputy Minister is walking back in. When we look, when we look at the budget, so we say national government has put a few $100 billion aside for wastewater infrastructure. If you look at it in the context of what I've just presented, we're actually going to spend 70% of that money on conveyance of sewer rather than treatment of sewer. Because, first of all, I'll give you a simple illustration. If we've got a town or a city that's 30 or 40 years old, it has already got an infrastructure or a network for outflow sewer that carries that sewer to the sewage plant. And that network was designed for a certain capacity which it has already exceeded. So when you build a brand new sewer plant at the end of the line, you are doing nothing because you must still convey it through that small straw. How are you going to do that? You are now going to have to put in capital expenditure into the reticulation network to make it bigger to convey that sewer. We don't have the money for that. And so all it does when you combine the cost of conveyance, the cost of the actual infrastructure, and the cost of treatment, I'm sorry, but water treatment and wastewater treatment projects are not bankable. There is no finance institution in the world that can give you the money because you can't recover it. Why can't you recover it? Well, simple. Because the tariff you charge for sewer treatment is also another huge hurdle. Nobody here, if you know, I'm going to give you my lunch. How much do you pay for water? Everybody knows. You know how much you pay for electricity. You know how much you pay for your water, potable water coming into the house. How much do you pay for the treatment of the sewer that goes out? It's a fixed charge, okay? So if you pay about about 2,000 or 3,000 rand for water. That's pretty much about average, and you pay around the same. I'll tell you now, you pay about 200 rand for your sewer. Now, here's a challenge for you. Drinking water systems, we've got nanotechnology. There are some exciting things happening here. Treatment of drinking water is a simple filtration process. That water is coming from a dam. We assume it's clean. And that water goes through filters. It is treated and is ready to drink. The water that is sewer treatment, it's got everything you can imagine that comes from your house. So, I'll give you a simple number. It costs 20 times more to build a sewer treatment plant than it costs to build a drinking water plant. And yet we are charging less than 10% on a tariff for the sewer plant than we charge for the drinking water plant. So, if I were to raise money for a drinking water plant, I'll raise the money quickly because I'll tell them every household is paying about 3,000 rand for this thing. It's bankable. But you can't raise money to build a sewer treatment plant. So we've got a real problem there. So the solution is we remove conveyance, number one. And I hope by that I've defined a decentralized wastewater treatment plant. Now, when you remove, we are assuming that we can treat this water back to drinking water quality. Yes, we can. And we've done it. But we still need to overcome the mindset because everybody thinks, oh, no, I can't flush the water. Okay? But we don't need to do that. Incrementally, we will embrace it. I can tell you another 5, 10 years from now, when you haven't had water running, you're going to look in that toilet bowl and think, is it really that bad? We're going to get it. Okay? So what we need to do is we design for that quality, but for now we don't need it. And I'll tell you why with a simple number.
Just one more minute. Yes, as you give me the last 2 points. Thank you.
Yes. When we design sewer plants, we allocate, on average, for high density, 80 liters per person per day. 80 liters. Of that 80 liters, if you're healthy, you drink 2 liters. A family of 5 or 10 doesn't even use 5 liters of water for cooking. Very quickly, 67% of your allocation is used to flush the toilet. 67%, because a single flush of the toilet is between 9 and 12 liters. You flush a toilet at least 5 times a day. So if we simply use our water, our recycled water for toilet flushing, we reduce our water demand by 67%. That's the solution. So the effect of an inherited default setting being located where there is no water, we don't have a water problem or water crisis in South Africa. We have a water use problem, and it can be overcome with designing for systems that eliminate conveyance, and we over-design on the process itself so that we achieve quality that is reusable. I think I'll close it there for now.
Thank you. I'm coming back to you later. But when I come to you later, it's 2 minutes. So, no, thank you so much for, covering that discussion on decentralized wastewater treatment plants. Now I'm not sure what's going on. Pointing out that we actually our design for cities, maybe that's where issues started, but also talking about the investments that we just, put towards the conveyance of the waste versus just the treatment of the water, that we need to rethink about that. And that water usage, we need to actually have a culture of maybe a transformed way of how we use water. It's not that we are really having a crisis of water, but we actually have to rethink about what does it mean to use water if we are going to use that high volume of water just for, driving waste, then it actually creates a problem, because what you are actually consuming is less than what you are using really to flush out into the waste treatment plants. So I'm coming back to you just shortly. However, I want us to step and talk to those who are also working within the city, like City of Tshwane, in the municipalities. The Deputy Minister spoke about municipalities earlier, the funding issues, but what other alternative water sources can we even think of? So, Mr. Sekgoela, as we discuss about this topic, how can municipalities effectively fund and implement innovative projects that drive diversification of water supply sources? How can your spaces effectively fund and implement innovative projects that drive diversification of water supply sources?
I'm going to try and hold it here. Hopefully you can all hear me. All right. My name is Asar Sekgoela. I'm from the city of Tshwane. And traditionally, when you are in front of people, you start by acknowledging. So I want to acknowledge the DEM and also the leadership of the university and also the colleagues that are present here. Chair, with regard to the issues around municipalities, you've mentioned an issue around the funding in terms of sustainable solutions and also issues around reuse. Traditionally, how municipalities manage to fund projects was through, I think, what the prof has, or the doctor has mentioned, which is through the traditional way of tariff that we collect for the service that we offer. And from that became a source for the municipality to be able to deal with infrastructure expansion, but also provision of services. I hope I'm audible. Yes. All right. So, and traditionally that has worked over time, but with urbanization, movement of people, different categories of people, you find that collection of tariffs or collection of rates for the services that are offered has actually went down. Now, as a result of that, you find that municipalities then tend to suffer and are unable now to, continue with maintenance, expand in terms of the infrastructure in order to cover the demand that is there. So, in terms of the funding, there's been a lot of talks around issues of reuse, alternative water, such as rainwater harvesting. I think the guys from touch a little bit on that. Groundwater exploration in terms of refilling of the aquifers and all other methods that are there. So currently, it's a different approach in terms of how we are approaching the funding. And one of that, through National Treasury and also the Department of Water and Sanitation, we are looking at what we call reforms. So these reforms, the intention of them is to influence the business or the Water and Sanitation Department into what we call business units. So operating in a business sense. What do I mean by that? That you will then be able to, the money that you are getting, through equitable shares or that we are getting from government, and also that we are generating as revenue, we can be able to pump back that money into the infrastructure. So how does that help? It then helps you in terms of making sure that you're then able to implement all the other alternatives that you have. Part of what we are looking at, I think Dr. has mentioned, it's issues around what we call triple Ps, which are private, partnerships. To now look at, those partnerships in terms of assisting municipalities. Municipalities are struggling with issues of capacity, especially financial constraints to meet the current demand and the future demand. But in terms of the current way that we are approaching it, of using tariffs, grants from municipalities, it is not sustainable. And we are now looking at going off balance sheet, for example, looking at private investment, which will then help in terms of dealing with issues of infrastructure. One model that I've mentioned, it's issues around triple Ps, where we are engaging the private sector to try and assist us in terms of funding some of the work that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I hear, maybe from my question, I wanted to bring in the partnership to say, if we as an institution have got innovative ideas that we are. Thank you so much. Let me acknowledge the leadership as they leave the room. Thank you. Can we applaud them for this? Sorry, I was actually saying that from the question and having this discussion where we're having the academia coming with innovative projects and looking out to you in terms of partnerships to say how do we work together such that these innovative projects can actually drive diversification of the water supply sources. What I'm hearing you saying is that because you are already depending on the grants and maybe the tariffs, there are sort of challenges that is coming to, the financial sustainability. That is your, or the financial capacity that the municipalities have, that then it drives you to the space of wanting to then work with the industry for you to then to explore if these innovative projects can then be brought to your space to produce some of these, or to attend to some of these solutions, challenges that we're actually talking about. So is the partnerships with industry the avenue that you see as a sustainable way if you are actually already identifying that you have got you are struggling with financial capacity based on the tariffs and the grants? If I heard you correctly. That's correct. Okay. So maybe before I step away from you again, so how can the national government maybe better support the local water initiatives from your own view?
In terms of the national government, I think they play a role of regulator one, but also they manage, obviously, the water resources. So in terms of the role that they are currently playing, so there is intergovernmental engagement on an IGR level and intergovernmental relations. And in those engagements, I've mentioned, I think while I was talking, that there is work that is currently happening. Currently, municipalities are going through what we call reforms. So reforms, it's an initiative by the national department, which then forces the municipalities to say the revenue that you're collecting from the services, especially water and sanitation, also they are escalating it to energy and also other departments such as waste management. Now, the revenue that you're collecting, most of it ends up, within the municipality. It funds, cross-fund several, functions within the municipality. And what we are picking up is that water and sanitation, someone in finance sits and then decides how they portion the tariff that you are receiving. And you are right at the end. For as long as the system is working, people are getting water, there's no uprising or service delivery protest. They are not worried about you or your future plans. So now the reforms, the whole intention of that is to make sure that we ring-fence now the revenue that we are getting so that we can reinvest back into the business. So that's one of the initiatives that the national government through National Treasury is assisting us, and there are incentives that municipalities are actually given, those that are part of these reforms. The second part, I've mentioned the issues around triple Ps. Traditionally, it was very difficult for government to get into agreements with private institutions or private entities. And there were red tapes. And I think with engagement with government through the collaborations that we've been having, some of those have actually been reduced to an extent that now government is open to actually now engage the private sector in terms of funding some of the infrastructure and expansion. Currently, for example, in the absence of expansion, it also affects development. He's mentioned issues around wastewater treatment works. It's one of the reasons why most of the developments are not happening. Because, as mentioned, some of them have been designed for the past 40 years and they've never been upgraded. Now, as a result, when development is coming, you are then unable to, because the treatment works are operating way over capacity. Now, what is the effect? You are discharging, once you've treated the sewer or the effluent, you are discharging back into the river. The very same river is your source in terms of drinking water. So there is those engagement with government to try and make sure that we deal with issues of capacity, but we also deal with issues of funding. So they are supporting, and the role it is there, and it's work in progress. But at least we've started with the steps in terms of addressing those engagement.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We'll actually, I'm sure colleagues are jotting their questions because we'll soon open for the floor. But before we go to the engagements in the House, I would like us to delve into the transboundary water issues, Prof. Murray. The minister talked about, that, neighboring countries that have sources or resources in terms of water resources. How do transboundary water challenges affect national water security and cooperation? How do the boundary water challenges affect national water security and cooperation?
Thank you for the question on the transboundary water issues. I'd like to respond as follows. Shared rivers require shared governance. Many African businesses, basins cross borders, making cooperative agreements essential. Second point, upstream affect downstream users. Abstraction decisions must consider.
Unfortunately, Prof's voice is not as loud as others, so the colleagues at the back maybe can't hear you. Can I get a mic, colleagues? Because we are now struggling to hear Prof. They are saying hold it.
Okay, let me go. The second point I'd like to make on the transboundary water issues, upstream activities affect downstream users. Pollution, damming and abstraction decisions must consider regional impacts. And then the third point, data sharing is critical. Transparent monitoring and joint modeling improve trust and long-term water scarcity. If needed, I can also deal with the question on desalination. We also know desalination is another source of water. In the case of water countries. Now, we already have 3 large-scale desalination plants in operation, treating 100 megaliters per day. So, and this water is also sold to Emelaseni as drinking water, portion of that. In the case of Gauteng, we have the 3 basins producing 400 megaliters per day, which is, if this is desalinated, this can contribute to 10% of the water that is used in Gauteng. If correct, we treat rainwater, purify 4,000 megaliters per day. So for desalination, one can argue that there is a place for that, especially for the reason that it is it will not suffer from droughts. So for the coastal areas, one can use it. It will not supply insufficient water inland. As we have seen, it's only 10% of the water needed water. So, thank you.
No, thank you so much, Prof, for the response and also for touching on aspects of desalination, citing examples of where desalination is actually being used, where we then look at alternative water sources. As the minister touched earlier, that we've got quite a lot of water around us from the seas, but how do we actually convert that water to be usable, to be potable water? But also for touching on the transboundary issues, that when we actually have activities upstream, whatever activities are happening upstream, they have an impact of those that actually are downstream. And you talked about pollution issues and the importance of data sharing as well. Maybe mine, just to follow through on that, still on the transboundary water issues. You talked about from the internal, I'm assuming these are the boundaries within the South African region. How do we have any ways of engaging with other countries surrounding South Africa? We talked about Mozambique usually being, hit with storms, and we're having a lot of water coming from that side, and other neighboring countries. We talked about Limpopo. The ministers used an example of Limpopo, that there are times where there is a lot of water. But how do we actually ensure that put systems around, or are there systems that allow the nations to sort of harness this water such that we don't lose it all the time?
Yeah, I think it's a very important one, collaboration between neighboring countries to avoid conflict as of limited water sources. And I think between Botswana and Namibia, there is already an example where common sources are.
Okay. No, thank you so much. Dr. Kuzwa, I said I'll come back to you for the last comment or reflection really related to rainwater. You talked about different types of water, earlier on water reuse. But coming back to the Deputy Minister's comment also of runoff, how can rainwater and stormwater capture be scaled across sectors? What are the opportunities of scaling? Is there a possibility in that way?
To be frank, I think, to be honest, at a large scale, it's not really possible right now. We've had conversations on our basis, looking at, of course, how can, in this case, run off. But of course, in this case, South Africa is traditional. Directions need to take place with stakeholders. We can get one community to talk to each other. So in a national version, couldn't work. The best way around it is to actually look at that version. How do households themselves become active in capturing the water? So that way, of course, you can look at it from a reclamation perspective, where you're looking at uses such as, in this case, you can actually flush using the water. You can actually then your plants, you can recall it. You can then water. You can also look at low-scale farming. So that may work from a local version. But of course, like I said, look at it from a total system planning. South Africa has too many hurdles to try and get a national system, or at least a macro system where you can capture the water. Even dams. You know how difficult it is to actually try and get a dam in South Africa. You know, everywhere you go, people have actually buried their ancestors. And how do you deal with it? It costs you much more millions to get living 2K square of dam water, because of course we have systems, we have cost systems, and we have rules we must abide by. So it's not a case of us not wanting to do so, unless of course we start looking at underground dams. Underground dams may be viable in the long term. Of course, they all will cost much more money than dams. So, like I said, the short answer, it's not viable. Of course, we focus on low-scale, sustainable water systems for spaces.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the response. I'm hearing you saying South Africa is not ready at the moment for such an approach at a larger scale, but you know, you're actually recommending that at a localized space, people can actually pursue that type of approach, and you've touched the reasons why. I'm then going to end with Mr. Kobo regarding the decentralization of systems again. You spoke about the opportunities, and of course you defined what decentralized systems are and the issues that we have with decentralized systems. What are the barriers currently that are limiting decentralized systems from being adopted at scale? What is the barrier? Why are we not going that way full swing?
I think perhaps the first thing is to embrace the progress that's been made, which is invisible to the public space. So having designed our first decentralized plant focused on reuse 20 years ago, municipalities were not buying. So we had to survive as a company. So we actually pivoted and opened a new sector, which is private sector. So we've built multiple systems for residential settlements where, like he's mentioned, they've got somebody wants to put a development of 1,000 houses, but the municipal capacity is not there. And so we come in and we say, we can actually put a sewer plant on your location, on your estate, and you can recover all that water. And it's a resource that is now reused at that level. And it also unlocks revenue for the municipality. So we've done that for residential estates. We've got shopping malls that are running, fully fledged shopping malls that are running on a recycled water. So they recycle 90% of the water. The only fresh water that comes in goes to the restaurants and the wash basin. But the shopping mall's biggest demand is toilets. That's 90%. Yes, in terms of entering with municipal systems, and that's where we really need to go. The biggest hurdle is the procurement model that exists. So any municipality wants to build a wastewater treatment works, their starting point is they appoint a consulting engineer to do a design. Already you close the space for innovation. Because if we want to respond to that, we are already non-compliant. And therefore, we have a regurgitation of the old designs and the old way of looking at things, because the procurement model is not opening up for more innovation. And the key thing should be, to close it up nicely, is that wastewater treatment is very dissimilar to any other infrastructure. So if you want to build a house, the intrinsic value of a house is in the building itself, how it looks, so you can easily tell the value of a house by looking at it from the street. You can see it's structurally sound, it is beautifully finished, nice tiles, and you can put a value on it. How do you put value on a wastewater treatment? It's a process. You are buying a process. You're not buying a static piece of infrastructure. And so currently the focus is on the asset itself rather than the performance. And so what we do is we are saying the way we should procure wastewater treatment infrastructure is to buy a complete process. So the company that designs it must build it, must operate. And the only metric that is required is the quality of the effluent that the plant produces. So when you fragment the project into design, construction, and then O&M, there is no accountability if the plant doesn't work. So what you see is in the headlines, a lot of money is poured into this plant, but it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Because there is no accountability. The consulting engineer says, I designed it perfectly. The contractor, by the way, is a construction company that doesn't know what they're building. They're following a drawing. They say, I built it the way it was drawn. And the guy who's operating it says, I'm doing it, running it exactly the way it was supposed to work. So a sewer plant is not electromechanicals and basics. It's a process. So you can have electromechanicals that work perfectly, but the plant doesn't work because the biology, the retention times between the different biozones, the whole cycle is not well designed. And so we need to have a single point risk allocation. He who builds it must be accountable for the final review.
Wow, nice one. Very interesting one for us to reflect on. Right, we are actually concluding this engagement, but I'll take 4 questions for the speakers as we conclude the discussion on water supply and infrastructure. Can I see quick questions? Wow, very nice. I've got 5, or is it 5 or 4? So I'll start at the back. There's a hand on this side. And then there are 2 hands. Hey. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Umani. My name is Charlie. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Porto, one of the new adjuncts at the Department of School of Computing and right there. So I'll try to make the question very brief. So in the previous session, I think Dr. Masini spoke about spoke about the role of technology in water quality monitoring, right? I think throughout this discussion of this panel, I didn't really hear the role of technology, emerging technologies, particularly like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so forth, in infrastructure and addressing the issues of infrastructure and water supply. So I just wanted to find out, it's not really directed at anyone in the panel, so if you have insights or you want to comment, you can go ahead, but I just want to find out what role does emerging technologies such as artificial neural networks, deep learning, and so forth play in addressing these challenges of water supply and infrastructure, if any, and also to what extent are these technologies become effective and how are they adopted in our municipalities? So I'm from Eastern Cape, East London particularly. So Johhanersburg municipality has various technologies. However, the issue you find is not necessarily with the actual technology addressing the issue. What you find the issue is infrastructure. So does technology have any role, or is the issue just plainly structural and plainly on ground? Or do we as computer scientists have a role to play in addressing water supply and infrastructure?
Thank you so much. A very good question. I'm sure I saw you nodding. You are taking the notes. There is a hand. Sorry, I'm not seeing the people's faces, but I do apologize. I'll just see the hands. I'll acknowledge you when I see you closer.
Thank you very much.
try to project your voice.
My name is Raj. I'm from Royalty Investment Home. We heard this morning from the deputy minister that doesn't matter how much you tinkle with hydrogen and oxygen, will never create any new water. So we know that we are not going to create any water. We also know that our planet is 71% water. And the Big Bang seems the dawn of creation or Big Bang, depending on your orientation. So the crisis, the water crisis, is not really water crisis. It's crisis of management. I think so my question, I think the question would be to Dr. Kuswaya. How well do we know the health of our water distribution? And how well are we taking advantage of the existing technology? What the first speaker has said. And the second question would be to Mr. Pepper. How are we doing on the innovation front to assist all the custodians to be able to share the water better? Because this is what it's all about. All raising how we use and how we share. So it is all about operational decisions that we make, technical and decisions we make as. So those are the two questions. I think piggybacking on technology.
Okay, then the last question, sir. You go ahead. Yeah. You'll have to try to project your voice.
My name is Mr. Yeah, my questions goes to Mr. Kasa, who's working with the Chief of Wale. Yeah. Actually, my question is a reflection of the image which was circulating in the internet in the last in the last 2 weeks in Tanzania, because I'm coming to Tanzania because of flooding in Dar es Salaam city, and that image was having like 3 parts. The first part is showing a person in town dropping an empty bottle. The second part is showing the accumulation of empty bottles into the wastewater canals. And the third part of that image showing the flooding in the city. So that's one. It's the first one is showing what you are doing. The second part is showing what happened. And the third part is showing what you are complaining. Like your behavior you're doing, and what that behavior contributed to the problems which compromise the wastewater canal, which causes the flooding in the street, in the city. And you are coming to complain that there is this and this which, and then you are giving the blame to the government. Then because you are coming from the municipal, and actually maybe you can be experiencing these issues of flooding due to the social behaviors which compromise the wastewater.
Sorry, I'll ask you to get to the question.
Yeah. My question is, what initiative are you putting in place to address this kind of scenario in South Africa?
I hope you captured it. There was a huge preamble before, but I hope you got to the question. So, colleagues, over to you in any order. There's technology twice, and there is how are we addressing challenges that we are picking. And I think, I can't remember the other one. I hope you captured it. Please go ahead. The mics. Can I have the mics? They are not working. You tried to project for the last time. Sorry.
Those tools again alone don't help us. We need to make sure we're able to make decisions. Right now, we're starting something what we're calling a smart water system. We've got a 4-year plan where, again, fortunately for Unisa, we're partnering with UK in this space, where basically the idea is to learn what's possible in our system in terms of AI. Build recipe with programs which are looking at use cases, smart metering frameworks. Because ultimately, revenue is money, and you need money to come from water. And then, of course, the last segment of the program is using AI. So once we build recipe, once we have the systems in place, we can use AI to improve how we do water in general and to deliver it for the customer. So in a nutshell, technology on its own can work for us. Our issues go beyond that. Finances, policy, supply chain, governance, legal. So whatever you bring us, we need a solution which basically covers everything around what you bring into the system. That's where most technologies are losing out right now. Because if you bring me a software is very nice. But I need a software to tell me what's happening in the household. Meaning I need boots on the ground. And I'm paying for boots on the ground. The software is 100 rand. The boots, that's $1 million. So ultimately, all in the end is very important when you design your system. How do you give me what gives you money? Software is nice, again, 10,000, but I need you to go to every household, for instance, to see do they have water, do they have stands, do they have toilets. Those are guys who get paid big money every day. Because the data then will fit into your technology, your app. And your app, which in this case is useless. Because I will bring it in, and I'll ask somebody else to come and do the hard data, make it pay. So I need a whole solution. So when you design your own technology, think about how I'm looking at things as a municipality. I'm the biggest customer. Solve for me. Don't ask me to solve for you. That's where we go wrong.
Thank you. The Prof. Murray. Yes, you can come here.
I can just give an example where I believe there is a need for technology. And the example I would like to mention is currently there is a need for zero waste. When it comes to when water needs to be treated, desalinated, there's always a brine stream left. And the question is, currently such brine streams need to be taken to waste disposal sites at a typical cost of 2,500 rand per ton or per cubic meter. So a new technology, one that we work here at the Unisa, focus on freeze crystallization and also to recover clean water and salts, and then also to further processing the salts in a thermal process to saleable products. So there are examples where there is a need for technology to address current problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the value of these kind of engagements, you then get different perspectives. And we're looking at it completely from a solution because you must provide a service. We as innovators have to come up with solutions. So yes, the good news is it's extremely important. When you build a sewer plant, you must, and you are funding, because we are saying we also fund. So we fund, we build, we operate. You must be able to build, and within that rate, the tariff you get, or that the client, or that your builder pays, or whoever the client is, I must be able to pay for the money that I've borrowed. I must be able to finance the operation and maintenance of the plant and make it. And the only way to achieve that is to embrace technology. Because you need as little intervention in the operating of the plant to make your bottom line better. So if you are busy replacing parts and repairing all the time, you are eating away on your profit. And so what you do is, what we do is we design that robustness. So yes, there is AI already. You can come and visit some of our projects. You have AI in monitoring what the system is doing now, the plant, the effluent that you're producing before discharge, because there are ramifications if you are responsible for the effluent and you discharge contaminated effluent. But now we've even brought it back to even the machinery, the motors in there. They can, if you've got an iPhone, your iPhone can tell you the health of your battery. Equally, you can build that into your pumps and your operational equipment on your plant, so that you can have a view on the health of a plant while it's running. So that is where innovation is coming, and we're already embracing and deploying that into the projects, because our bottom line at the end of the day is purely driven by our efficiency. So you don't get paid for completing a project anymore. You must get paid for producing the right thing.
Thank you. Sir?
All right, yeah. With regards to the question from the gentleman, I think I was in Tanzania some few months ago. The difference with us is we convey our sewer system most of the time within a closed conduit. So they are piped from the household all the way to the treatment. However, we do get problems in terms of waste, solid waste, that ends up in the system, or the sewer system. And how that happens is we've got manholes where we normally use them to service the sewer system. And what we are finding is that education and awareness is very important, because you find anything in the sewer system, gearboxes of cars, anything, cow heads, you find them in the sewer system, and those are not supposed to be there. So one of the things that we are doing is education and awareness, that we are now ramping on to educate people in terms of the effect when you throw in these things within the sewer system, which is not designed for that. What are the effects downstream? That is one. Number two, from a municipal perspective, I've mentioned that we've got other departments, such as your waste management, which purely then deals with issues of solid waste. We've got an environmental department that also looks at the health of the rivers, to make sure that they do the beautification, they do the cleaning of the rivers from solid waste that can end up within the sewer system. So there is work that is being done, one, to educate, so that even when you flush yourself from the trailer, you don't put in foreign objects that end up blocking the sewer system or end up somewhere in the wastewater treatment. So those are some of the initiatives that we are doing. There is obviously the private sector that we are also engaging through NGOs that also do those education and awareness, such as the Water Week, for example. Those campaigns that we do to make sure that we
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we give the round of applause to the colleagues? I've got to hand over to the program director. I'm not sure if they should step down or you want them to wait there. Don't move. He's got something that he wants to do. So over to you, Prof. Kambule.
Please don't leave Prof. Dube as well. May I please ask the speakers of the previous session as well to come to the front so we can hand over thank you tokens. Then we will just announce a few changes to the program and we break for what I hope is not what we came here for. Dr. Moja, please help me with the gifts behind. Professor, we can, Professor Masindi, Dr. Ncube, Professor Bandeli, and Mr. Fanikek, please join the crews so that we can hand over the gifts. Yeah, please bring those as well. Please bring all of them, Professor Motsa, before you expropriate them without proper allocation. Can put them here. Professor Dube, we are going to hand them over. Where are the cameras? Where is Liseo? The cameras are gone. Munonde, you know when the cameras disappear, what then you have to do? Please become then the cameraman. Yeah, start with the doctor. Let's go ladies first. Prof. Dube to Dr. Ncube. Prof. Marie, we won't go age first this time around. Okay. Let's please clap hands as we... Can I ask for some space between the photographs, just that we get one person at a time? Dr. Ncube, can we please do this again? I apologize, my dear esteemed speakers. We just want to snap one of you per time. Thank you so much. A round of applause. You can declare with rainwater there, Dr. Ncube, when you come back. Thank you so much, Mr. Ase Sokwela from the city of Tshwane. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, much appreciated. Thank you. So you may stand down. Yeah, Professor. The size of the box is not directly proportional to the size of the gift. Please, let's not have colleagues fighting. There is no direct proportionality between the two. Professor Mbandeli from the WRC, let's please clap hands for him. He said he's not Mnumzana. I called him Mnumzana Kuzwayo. He said no. So Zakes Kuzwayo from the Johhanersburg water. Let's clap hands for him. Yeah. Mr. Trevor, decentralized wastewater treatment from LWI. I'm not sure if we're supposed to give Prof. Marie. I have this in his IPMS, the Professor Marie, our very own. And I'm not sure about Professor Masindi as well. But indeed, Professor Masindi, our very own, let's give him a round of applause. And finally, the youngest in the crowd, Mr. Fanikek from Sibanye Stillwater. Thank you so much, Prof. Dube, and thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are about to break for our lunch. I have a few requests regarding lunch. Our students have prepared beautiful posters that show the latest of our technologies and our research here at the Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability. They have also, most of them, have gone out to buy new clothes so that they demonstrate the posters wearing new clothes. These posters are in this passage and out there. Where that student is exiting, we have about 7 of our prototypes, from desalination prototypes to acid mine drainage prototypes, as well as a smart water meter and others that we would like to show to you. So my request is, please get your food, walk to a poster, walk to a prototype, interact with the students, engage with them, and the staff members as well, so that when you leave here, not only will you have heard what we are talking about, but you will have seen what we have to demonstrate. Kindly please, there's a lot of preparations that have gone into the posters as well as into the prototypes. Kindly please indulge us through viewing those. The time is 13:59. We would like to break for 45 minutes. If we break for 45 minutes, our program will only be 30 minutes behind schedule. It means that instead of breaking at 3, we will break at 3:30. By INANO standards, that's still being on time. So please, colleagues, we are on time, I must say. So have the lunches. I request the students and postdocs and everybody else, please stay away from your friend, interact with a guest. So much knowledge that's being shared here. Don't be with your friends. We've brought our experts. They will go up for lunch to eat, but they will come down quickly, interact with them, and let's indulge them. And we'll meet here for the last session in 45 minutes, which will be 14:45. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please settle down? Thank you very much. I believe that we can start, seeing that it's almost home time. So we don't want to keep you here longer than expected. And so let's get right on with this final session. Once again, good day, good afternoon, and welcome to the Unisa Water Imbizo, Session 3. I almost said podcast. Podcasts are very dear to my heart these days. It just feels like I can say, welcome to the Unisa Water Imbizo podcast. Session 3, where we are getting to unpack South Africa's most urgent water challenges, as it has been the theme since the beginning of day today. We get to explore in this session collaborative solutions that can shape a secure and a sustainable water future. This session panel will focus on the theme collaborative strategies for a water secure future. We've heard throughout the morning that as the water pressures intensify due to aging infrastructure, climate changes, and increasing demand, we need to ask ourselves the question, what can we do collectively? What can be done collectively across science, across policies, community, and industry to secure water for the future? Our discussions in this session will focus on the themes around innovation, alternative water sources, community stewardship, and crucial collaborations between academia, government, and industry. But before we dive into this very exciting session, I promise you this is going to be the most exciting one. Before we dive in, I'd like to introduce my very learned panel of experts that are going to engage us this afternoon. Kicking us off is our very own Executive Dean of College, Professor Bheki Mamba, who is the current Editor-in-Chief of a nature partner journal, NPJ Clean Water, and is on the editorial board of 2 journals, which is Advanced Membranes and Membranes. He was appointed a guest editor of a special issue of Membrane and has published quite extensively in Quartile 1 and 2 journals. His citations exceed 26,000 to date. So a very... We are really excited to learn from him. And so without any much further ado, Prof. Mamba, I'd like to invite you to take the stage, please. Next, then, colleagues. This colleague was very strict when we were conversating earlier on and said, don't forget to mention the J. So, next then is Dr. Tepo J. Malifete. Dr. Malifeta holds a PhD and an MSc in chemistry from the University of the Witwatersrand, a BSc Honours in biological and medicinal chemistry from the University of Essex in the UK, a national diploma in applied chemistry from Kingston University, formerly Kingston Polytechnic, also from the UK. So he's a UK fellow, this one. He has a deep passion for academic and scientific writing and IP and property investment. Dr. T, please take the stage. Moving right along then, colleagues, we then have Ms. Petunia Ramonenyiwa, who is a senior water sector leader with over 26 years of experience. 26. So ask questions. She's very knowledgeable. 26 years of experience across government and non-governmental institutions, specializing in the sector of transformation, strategic partnerships, and institutional development within the water industry. Her expertise span across gender, youth mainstreaming, program management, capacity development, and environmental, social, and governance in the water sector. Pityana's highest qualifications is a Master of Business Administration and Governance, and very soon we want to see a PhD come through. Ms. Pityana Ramunye, please, Ramunenyiwa, please join us on stage, please. And last but certainly not least, then, is Mr. Kutlwano Dikgwatle, who is a portfolio manager under Portfolio Manager Sewer in Johhanersburg Water. Mr. Dikgwatle, please also join us on stage. This, ladies and gentlemen, then constitutes the panel members for session 3, where we are going to be talking or addressing issues around collaborative strategies for a water secure future. Maybe to kick us off in this conversation, I'd like to come to you, Professor Mamba, looking at issues where we are talking about partnerships. As someone who's very instrumental in going out there, finding partners that the college and even the university gets to benefit from. Can you just take us through on how can partnerships between academia, government, and industry can be structured for a longer term impact when it comes to water security? I ask this question because oftentimes we see these partnerships forming through maybe MOUs, but then when these MOUs are signed, it's only just a spectacle for the day, and then when you try to trace maybe days after, you find that not much has come out of a particular signing. But what would you say such partnerships can be, how can they be structured such that there's longer impact when it comes to water security especially?
Thank you, Dr. Matsiba, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for such a wonderful occasion that we have had today thus far. I just want to mention that an MOU which will succeed would normally be a bottom-up MOU, because the people who need to operationalize the MOU are the very people who are on the ground. Otherwise, if you are CEOs and leaders and you meet and you have fun, and in the midst of the fun you decide to sign an MOU, somebody has got to operationalize the MOU. But if the people on the ground do not understand what you're talking about, therefore they're not going to operationalize the MOU. So then it means we need to build the relationships. And the relationships have got to be built because there is a problem. And the problem has got to be solved. And now, if the problem has to be solved, we need to understand that a problem is multifaceted. It cannot be solved by academia alone, because we may theorize a problem, and more often than not, academia, they like inventing a problem that doesn't exist. And then they solve this problem, and they write a paper and make recommendations for further work on something that is actually not there. So when there is a problem, you have to think about the solution. The solution may either come from the private sector, the industry, but of course, we also have to rely on government because they are the regulator of policy. And now, once you've got these parties in agreement, you need the workers who are going to execute the problem. Certainly, our students, the PhD students, masters, and postdoctoral fellows, they are better trained when they're introduced to a real problem because they'll be useful in the industry. And if you partner with the people who are in industry, They will tell you that this does not work in practice, but theoretically, it may actually work in an ideal environment. That's where you now get the input from the industry. But it cannot just be a localized solution. That's why we go all out to set up partnerships as well internationally, because we believe the minds that will help us solve the problem, maybe the problem has not just been realized in South Africa for the first time, it has been realized elsewhere. Then you adapt their solutions and into the local context. And then take into account, of course, the regulations that are in place, which are governed by the state. So there are so many people, so many institutions which get involved in solving a problem. That's why issues of water, they affect everybody. And it's not a one-dimensional approach. So we can look at each other, toy, and point at each other and go and do podcasts and so on. It will remain there. So that's why we've got Imbizo. And here we want to say, how can we together bring our social skills? It's not only science and engineering solution, it also involves the social sciences as well. And working together, we own the problem and we solve it. So when we've got an MOU, as we have signed with a number of institutions here, I can bet you they're not lying idly. They're being operationalized, and we monitor them, and we see what value it generates. And the students here, we're not training them just to obtain the degree. If we did that, then it would be a futile exercise. We want them to obtain a degree of value and go out there and to be marketable and change the mindset and change the world and improve it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. When Prof speaks, it just reminds me of his lecturing days. It's like you can just raise your hand and start asking more questions. But thanks very much, Prof, for setting that context and highlighting really the significance of we need the actual people on the ground who are going to operationalize these MOUs. Otherwise, they are just nice to have and, create a spectacle, but then we never really get to reap fruits from such signings. Now, still on the topic of the academics, let me move over to you, Dr. Malifetse. Let's look at the critical contributions of universities and research institutions. We are normally the people on the ground as far as coming up with all these innovations and all the beautiful things. I'd like for you to take us through on what your thoughts are around the role that universities can play in driving the development of next generation water treatment and monitoring technologies. What role does universities have?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsiba. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm usually used to firing questions at people, so this time around it's the other way around. So I have been here facilitating this round table. So yes, the role of universities in next generation water technologies. Well, maybe we should start first by the general role of universities, which all of us know. The usual shebang is, training, it's skilling, especially our youth, making sure that they are prepared for the future, and using those skills, obviously, in water utilities, in government, in industries, I'm not going to dwell too much on that because it's something that is well known. But another second role, perhaps, of a university, but in the context of water, is basically generation of knowledge, and which is something that we are doing in the Institute, generating knowledge, publications, and all those type of things. But I would like to propose some kind of a paradigm shift, because more often than not, universities see themselves as knowledge generators, and that often comes at the expense of innovation. If we see ourselves just as generating knowledge, that's a bit limiting, because generating knowledge by definition means generating knowledge and most probably packing it there or putting it in the shelves. So it's high time that universities, including us, see ourselves as innovation engines. Obviously, this model of seeing ourselves as innovation engines is still based on knowledge generation. You need that knowledge, you need to generate that knowledge, which, and this is what I'm proposing, or I'm advocating for, that it's important to take that knowledge to another level in terms of developing innovative and practical solutions that will solve real issues related to water treatment and monitoring. So innovation engines, that's one of the roles we should be playing. Another issue, and something that perhaps we take it for granted because we are in the university space. If you look at CSET, for example, there's many departments. We have chemistry, you have physics, you have the institutes, you have engineering, and we often take the skills that are available for granted. We also have behavioral scientists, and universities provide that environment for interdisciplinary research. It provides that platform for interdisciplinary teams. The other day, and my colleagues, I'm happy that they're here, my colleagues from Lwazi Investment, we had a meeting with them. They have this issue of beneficiation of water hyacinths. And it was very, very easy for us through the head of INANOS, just a phone call to call one of our colleagues from ICAS who has been involved in the area. So that is very, very important, the issue of we are a mine for interdisciplinary teams. And another last issue from my side, I think it was also alluded to by the deputy minister. And he said something like, we are open for business, basically. We are open for collaboration. But you must, to a certain extent, guard your neutrality and independence with your life. And that's what universities provide. Academics are known to be robust in their engagement, in their critique. We are known to making the government accountable. And that's very, very important in a young democracy like South Africa, These things, we take them for granted. If you look at what's happening currently, the Matlanga Commission, I'm happy people are appearing there, sweating, and all sorts of things, So the aspect of neutrality, the aspect of independence and independent critical thinking is very, very important. So in a nutshell, innovation engines, interdisciplinary teams, obviously we produce skilled graduates for the country and the continent, and the issue of neutrality and independence. I thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Dr. T, for sharing with us your thoughts on that part. Let's now, still on the topic of universities as innovation hubs, as you say, let's bring in Ms. Ramoneni Pityana from the perspective of government. I think Prof. Mamba already alluded to this, that oftentimes, as researchers or research institutions, we often get accused of coming up with solutions to problems that are not existing. So what would you say, how would you advise that as universities or research institutions, we can better align ourselves as far as the initiatives that are linked to the national water security and strategies are concerned?
Demasiare.
Abuti.
Demasiare.
Abuti.
I want to first greet all the ladies because we've just celebrated International Women's Day a week ago.
Thank you.
So I'm raising this, as if you've heard, I'm responsible for transformation. And I've been counting the number of women who've been on this seat here. So my first message to all the ladies here, can we go out there and grab the seats? Okay. So water security, we know it's not just about environment, it's a social matter that impact also our economy, food security, and it impacts on the jobs, because without water, as you know, there's no life. Without sanitation, there's no dignity. So my response will be covering both water and sanitation, because that's what our department is doing. First and foremost, we do recognize and appreciate all the work that the institutions of higher learning are providing. Where we come from as a department is that how best is the municipalities aligning with what the different education bands that are there, from your GET, your FET, higher learning, and on the job. Because if we are here in the science, in the STEM, how is that being initiated from a GET level? How, yes, we are today at Unisa, but what is the partnership that the municipalities, the universities are having with the FETs? Because there are those who would not be able to be the scientists the way we are ensuring that the university provide. But then coming back to the municipalities, you've got, I'll use an example of you know about the blue drop and green drop results, the no drop. We've heard about the challenges that we are facing with our process controllers, plant operators, and those people not having the requisite qualification. So for me, the partnership that has to be there between the universities and the municipalities is how do we enhance the on-the-job training for those municipal officials that are operating our plants to be to ensure that they align to what the policy requires. South Africa, we're known to have a very strong policy. Our National Water Act is lauded everywhere, all over the world. But I think we need to start, we talk, but is there change? You know, as much as we're lauded to be having the best legislation, how is that legislation assisting us to ensure that every citizen has got access to basic services the way it is defined in terms of the various policies that the municipalities or the metros are? The second point for me, which has already been raised, is around moving from research to implementation. I think there was a question raised earlier on how does a researcher ensure that what they've researched is become part of the solution, part of the projects that are implemented. And I think the brains within this room can assist that. We do know, I will keep on referring back to my responsibility. Under transformation, I also do oversight on BBBE. So I'm bringing that element to say, as much as there's research, you can come to me after this session and say, Pityana, how do I take this forward? And the simple answer I'm going to say is that the restriction of BBBE, the procurement processes that are there, and I think we need to look into, as much as we are talking that the researchers are doing this, how is government unlocking opportunities that the research is infused into the procurement processes for it to be part of the implementation. Then there's an issue around the deployment of the university students at municipalities, your work integrated learning. What type of arrangements are we having to ensure that that is happening? But as much as we deploy, are they getting the right mentors when they get to the municipalities or to the government department? Because some are crying that we are now, I'm a PhD, I'm a master's student, I've become an administrator. So it means there is still, remember I spoke about on the job. How do mentors become the mentors that will make a change moving forward? But there's also last part for me, without taking much time, on the economy of water. I think as universities, I'm pleading, let's look at how we get water economists, looking at all the challenges that we're facing. And with that, I think we must also remember that municipalities are just part of the 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local. We are all equal. It's just that we have got different. I hope people are hearing what I'm saying, because people might be asking, as national, why are you not doing certain things? So we are spheres of government. We can support, we can guide, but we cannot instruct. But there are processes in government that allow us to intervene, to take over, and those processes are within the IGR framework that exists as part of our constitution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Pityana. Certainly, you've given us a lot to chew on and digest with the nuggets that you have just shared with us now. Let's then move on to Mr. Dikgwatle. Much as you are from Johhanersburg Water, but you are also wearing the cap of being a representative of City of Johhanersburg, I'd like for you to take us through this bringing in communities, the community level behavior and education. Earlier on, the minister spoke about how there's an assumption of the fact that we think we know water issues and we know what is water. But it seems that the full understanding of what is happening is not fully there. So in us bringing in the community, because this, like it has been said, is part of the National Water Week, and we also are creating awareness to communities, what would you say, or how can communities be effectively included in this water stewardship so that they are not left behind?
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon. We, as the city, have got various forums where we engage with the communities to ensure that we make them aware of the water situation, and also we make sure that between the community and the businesses and the city itself, there are platforms where the community can raise their concerns. We ensure that we collaborate in so many ways, in such a way that they understand the situation of water in terms of management, in terms of its demand and conservation. And the communities, in most cases, they seem to fail to understand,
but those collaborations at various forums are continually implemented in such a way that they end up understanding what is expected of them. There is generally a misuse of water in some instances. There is also bypassing or illegal connections that are experienced. And there is also a situation where, communities are not willing to pay for the service that they are receiving, of which it's also impacting on the quality of service that we are offering. But all of those are discussed with communities at various platforms to ensure that the community understands that the service that is being offered, there's cost to it, and there's a need for them to also contribute so that there is sustainability in the service. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Dukwatle. And maybe let's move back to you, Professor Mamba. We see now in most institutions, even in research centers, that there's a drive towards the establishment of models such as innovation hubs or demonstration sites. What would you say such initiatives play in affecting the advancement of water technologies?
Like in any situation, many universities in South Africa have been content with doing research and publishing. We, as CSET, as Unisa, we want to solve problems. And we believe that the innovation is critical. You have been walking around and seeing posters, and you have been seeing some of the prototypes which have been displayed out there. And I believe that quite a lot of knowledge has been lost in journals. Some of the work that we should have maybe converted into IP and innovative solutions, we actually left it in journals for other people to take advantage of, and later on we import and bring it to the country. How many of you know that the electrical car, we would have been the pioneers of the electric vehicle? They used to be the Joule. You talk about EV vehicles, the Joule was supposed to have been a South African invention, but we didn't exploit that and somebody took it over. So what we are doing now is the solutions that we are cultivating here, we are learning from, take for example, China, where we've established a lot of collaborations. We have to know from people who have done it and to learn the best examples from them. In 1980-81, South Africa was ahead of China in terms of economic development. And look now where China is. We cannot even come closer to where they are. They did it themselves. They didn't go and look for a solution elsewhere. They looked at the raw materials that they have in the country, and they looked at the human capital that they actually have. And they thought it's high time we solve our own problems using the resources that we have. So we now, as part and parcel of the BRICS, we look at Brazil, look at Russia, and India. And amongst these, the original countries who started BRICS, we are the least in terms of innovation, but we are very good at buying technologies from elsewhere. Some of them, we buy them without even knowing whether they'll be suitable for our own environment. Now, it's high time we do not look down at our own work, our own good research that we're doing. That's why we are setting up innovation centers. We've got the Director of Innovation here, Professor Tembelile Healy, and we've got also people who are working with institutions outside the country, setting up joint research innovation laboratories in the hope that at least this country will now say, made in South Africa. This is the innovation which came from our students and professors, and we have tried it, even if it means collaborating with other parties and other institutions. So be it, because we need to learn from those who have gone through these distances. So the innovation centers that you are establishing are well in the trajectory of coming up with solutions that will, at the end, will be able to commercialize and also satisfy a third stream income generation project, but more importantly, to solve the problems of this country.
Thank you, Prof. Let's pass it back to Mr. Lekgoatle. I want us to highlight some of the priority problem areas as we are now moving or changing our thinking away from just coming up with the beautiful research for problems that are not existent. Now, from your COJ cap, what would you say are some of the local water challenges that require urgent, innovative interventions?
Thank you. I think mainly if we can come up with technologies which can bring in efficiency, whether it's in water or sanitation, that will assist. But other than that, like it has been said, funding is one of those challenges that we are facing, in most cases in the water sector. Institutional capacity is one of those, but I'm happy that there's those collaborations with civil society and business in terms of knowledge sharing, skills sharing, so that there is development and there is capacity in terms of managing the processes of ensuring that the supply of water is there. In most cases, the challenges that we are also facing is vandalism of infrastructure, where you find that an asset is built, within a few months the asset is no more because of vandalism, of which it's up a lot on our budgets or funds. And we spend a lot on security to ensure that our assets are protected. The money that should be going to building the assets end up in mainly protecting them, of which it's costly. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Let's come back to Dr. T. Dr. T, when you were speaking earlier on, you touched on quite a few things. I want us to also just feeding back to what Mr. Lekgoatle just shared, highlighting those priority problem areas. What would you say, or what opportunities would you say exist for us to then integrate our sciences and our engineering innovation into the national infrastructure initiatives?
Okay, I think it's very, very important just to emphasize the issue that was mentioned by Professor Mamba, to start moving from the test tube into demonstrations, from proof of demonstration plants, moving from proof of concepts and test tubes into developing practical solutions. African problems will be solved by Africans, and that in itself, it's an opportunity. And it's also very, very important to start engaging with users early on during the development of the technologies. There are so many opportunities. There's people like Mr. Trevor, for example, who's looking for two partners with the likes of Unisa. So there's plenty of opportunities for partnering with various institutions and companies. And I also wanted to maybe touch on the issue that was mentioned by Professor Mamba in terms of innovation, making sure that we protect our IPs. There's a lot of IP that we are losing, so that in itself is also an opportunity. But how do you do that? Education is also very, very important. We need to make sure that we equip our students, the people who are at the coalface, and I've mentioned this in many platforms, the people who are at the coalface of innovation and generating IP with the necessary IP education. They need to be able to identify a potentially patentable solution, for example. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. T. Could maybe perhaps also the lack or the ability of being able to communicate and translate these brilliant ideas into ways that could be understood largely by the public also a limiting factor? Because oftentimes as researchers or research institutions, whilst there's a lot of amazing research that happens, which then ends up in the paper, in the journal articles, which is good, it is incentivized, but then it ends up there, it never gets to reach the people that it's actually meant to reach or it is being done for. That lack of the know-how of how to communicate in a easily accessible manner, could that be a factor, do you think, Dr. T?
Well, it's definitely one of the factors. I'm glad that you mentioned the broader communities, because generally what happens as academics, academics generally are very, very elitist. It's, yes. And more often than not, you find that those solutions come from the ground.
Yes.
So obviously we have to start with our students, educating them, about issues related to IP. But then after that, I know you are very passionate about communication. Spread the message as broadly as possible. But there are also other issues, like we need to move from this mentality of getting employed and looking for a job. In my previous life, I've seen people developing technologies, and they are just fixated with fine-tuning everything, making sure it's perfect. And there was an example in my previous life, something like that happened. Somebody with just a matric and marketing and takes that technology from people who develop the technology and starts a company. We need to start thinking spin-offs. We need to start thinking self-employment. We need to start generating employment, So those issues are critical. But as you alluded to the fact, as you said earlier on, the broader community should be involved. We must try to stay from this aloof mentality of that comes with a know-it-all attitude.
Thanks, Dr. T. Let's move to Ms. Petunia. We're now looking at practical step beyond the Imbizo. Now we're looking at an action-focused legacy beyond this water Imbizo. What practical steps do you think we need to prioritize after this Imbizo? We've had all the nice conversations, we've asked the questions, answers have been provided to some, but what practical steps do you think need to be prioritized after this Imbizo to ensure that there is ongoing action, that this that we are feeling from this event doesn't die as soon as we get to our homes and we get to unwind, but it is alive and ongoing?
Okay, thank you. Let me start by saying, with everything that has been said, we must remember that we've got some obligations as a country from the SDG. In 2030, the SDG is coming to an end, and we should be asking ourselves, where are we as South Africa? Have we achieved what we wanted to achieve? We know that as a country, we've got the new medium-term MTDP, medium-term development plan that we are working on with targets aligned to the NDP. And what does it mean in terms of the conversation that we are having as a country? Because at the end, as government, we need to be able to be reporting back and align to the strategies that government has put forward. The last point is on, we know about the Agenda 2063, which is a commitment in Africa in terms of water and sanitation.
Yes.
And there are various targets that we have committed ourselves to implement and ensure that we make a difference. So coming back to the point that you, with that background, for me, the steps that we need to be taking is that we must consolidate the key actions that are coming from this. And maybe I'm responding as DWS, based on the MOU that we have. Let us get the governance structure that will be monitoring the actions that have been identified so that we are able to report back and hold each other accountable to ensure that we are implementing within the timeframes that we've set. And the third one is on mobilizing the resources that are required to respond to what we would have agreed on. But all this, we should do that aligning also to what is also already existing. As a department, if you are aware, we hosted a water and sanitation indaba last year, March, led by our president. And we've got 5 resolutions that we have prioritized on finance, on institutional support, on service delivery in itself. And we've been monitoring and observing, aligning it to the blue drop, green drop, but also, as I said earlier, on what does it mean in terms of the strategies that are there in government. So when I say we must align, is that as we come and engage here, this for us is but one of the platforms that we then use to go and inform another platform, which must then inform the country progress in terms of what we are doing. The fourth point for me, it's around, because we're at Unisa, what I raised earlier, moving, you've spoken about the IP being stolen, the innovation that is there. How do we get that to be part of the project implementation? Then for me, what I would, it's a call out. As a department, together with our partners, we have what we call water and sanitation community forums. I think let's go back to the basics on engaging at a community level to hear from them. There's a lot of indigenous knowledge that is coming forth, but to get a sense of what the real needs are. And as we go there collectively, that for me would work very well. The last one is we know that water knows no boundary. So we operate with various obligations and cooperation as South Africa, with Lesotho, with Mozambique, Zimbabwe and stuff. So we've got river basin organizations like Orasecom, Limcom, Inmacom that are also taking care of the shared water resources. And this has got an impact in the decision that we take sitting here. And we would love to see the university also getting more involved around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, As you can hear or tell from Ms. Petunia's response, that this sitting is not just a day away from the desk, but it really is towards something. We are working towards something. It's not just some time off from laptop work. Mr. Johhanersburg, final words from you before we open up to the audience.
From my end is that as government, we should partner with business, with civil society organizations, because it can't be that this problem or the challenges associated or the risks associated with water, it's only our challenge. I know legislatively, we as government, we have been looking at this as our responsibility, but I think collaborations like your concessions, like your triple Ps, will assist us to manage our assets better, will assist us to be more efficient and address the challenges that we are facing. And also looking at water mix diversification. I mean, we have been relying too much on surface water, but we should explore the opportunity of groundwater as well. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe, sorry, can I just add something?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm putting a challenge to Unisa. We were here last year, we are back. I'm requesting that the next session we do it at a rural area. Yes. So that the conversation become practical at a rural space.
Thank you. Say less. I know a few rural areas top of mind where we can fully have this conversation going. Prof. Mamba, final words?
I would like to say that water issues are our challenge. We've got the right to clean water and to have access to water. But as people who need water, I think it's high time we roll up our sleeves with government, with the private sector and ourselves and with the community, and stop talking around the problem. We go out and solve the problem. There's a lot of talk about talks, and we like talking quite a lot. Analysis paralysis, we polarize analysis and do all kinds of things. But when we have to get into action, we are missing in action. So we need to sleep and think about water issues. We shouldn't wait until there is no drop. But at the same time, every drop counts of water. Use water wisely, and we need to preserve this precious resource. Like any challenge that we face as a country, the country has come through difficult challenges. Water issues shouldn't be such a challenge that is insurmountable. It all requires that we come together and we work and solve this problem. Government, universities, and industry, just for a good cause, and leave this precious resource for future generations.
Thanks very much to my panelists. Let us now open the floor to questions from our audience. I'd like to remind you that, colleagues, please keep your questions brief. And as you raise your hand, you indicate which panelist you are directing the question to. We have a hand over there. You introduce yourself and which panelist the question is directed to.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the table for the beautiful discussion. My name is Lutando Twenya. I'm a postdoc under the Institute INENOS. My question is based on all the panel and maybe the previous people that were there. When you mentioned decolonization of water treatment and indigenous ways of treating water, what do you mean by that, if you may give us clear it. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take the next one.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be as short as the salary of government employee, but long enough to cover the essentials. Foremost, I would like to start by borrowing from Professor Lwazi Lushava, a professor of politics at the University of Cape Town, who said in 2015, when he was asked about what would a decolonized education be, according to him, and his response, I quote unquote, he said that a decolonized education will be the one that will enthuse us with commitment, knowledge, and determination to embark on projects that will make us to go back and resolve immediate problems of our communities. Now, my question is going to be very brief. And just before I quote my question, sorry, Program Director, I'll be very quick. I apologize in advance. I'm also going to borrow from the former president of Burkina Faso, His Excellency, the late Thomas Sankara, who said that, in fact, not Thomas Sankara, but the General of the Army, General Sun Tzu, in his Art of War book, who said, he will win he whose army is animated with the same spirit throughout all its ranks. Now, that will lead to my next question. And this question is not directed to a specific member of the panelists. It is directed to all the panel members, even the previous panelists. Do you, in your opinion, think that as South Africa, we are all animated with the same spirit? I'm asking this question because those with ideas, very often than not, do not have the power to implement, the financial power to implement those ideas. And in the contrary, those with the financial power do not have the ideas, even though those with ideas try to sell their ideas to those with financial power. The question then becomes, what are the interests of capital or those with power? Is it profit making? Is it resolving problems of our communities? Thank you so much.
To my panel, maybe let's get some responses. We got a question about indigenous ways. What do we mean when we speak about decolonizing water treatment and indigenous ways of treating water? What are we referring to?
Before we actually had new treatment technologies such as membrane technologies and all these technologies that we see, our grandparents used to treat the water in many ways to ensure that the water that we drink was safe. They used to boil the water. How many of you remember a jig?
Yes.
And you used to throw, they say, before you drink that water, just throw a teaspoon of jig. And you never knew why they said, throw a teaspoon of jig. It's because it's actually disinfectant, right? And to ensure that there is no bacteria or anything that will actually harm you. How many of you know that they used to take ash? And you just take ash, just put the ash into the water, and that's activated carbon, and let it settle, right? And that in itself, and it settles, and then you drink the water. And now, as I was walking down, I was looking at somebody who was looking at the seed of an avocado, grinding it to actually resolve, to treat, right? I think wastewater. Now, the solutions to treating water, and you're talking about moringa, they are right out there, using moringa as a coagulant and other You know, so many of these materials, the raw materials, remember I spoke about raw materials, you don't need to actually import them. Somebody is using, what is this thing from the oceans, the shells. And they actually brought a lot of shells from the ocean here, seashells, in order to neutralize, it's limestone, it's cheap, to neutralize the acid mine water and to treat it. So these are using resources and natural resources that we actually have, we've got access to. Not so long ago, during a master's project which was done by Dr. Oranzo Mahlangu, there was a community in the East Rand, not East Rand, and next to Witbank, right? Kwamhlanga, that actually suffered illness because of water that was contaminated. All that we needed to put to place is actually treatment gadgets whereby when you go and collect the water, you put it on a budget, your filtering system with gravel, we've got activated carbon and all the rest of it there. And just filtering, we actually zeolites, just filtering the water, and the community was able to leave a bucket and the water would be treated. And the next community member goes and gets water and he leaves the dirty water there in the homestead and takes the one which has been cleaned and goes and drink. We reduce the illnesses there by 100%. Just a simple way, making buckets, putting sand, putting activated carbon, zeolites, and let it filter. You didn't need to go to hospital. No commission of inquiry, problem solved. So we need to decolonize this water treatment system. The solutions are around us, the sand. You take the sand and you just filter the water. In Netherlands, they don't use chlorine to disinfect water. They use a sand. So the solutions are there. We just need to package them and solve our problems of water.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, thank you, Professor Mamba. I think you've touched some of the things that I was going to mention, but maybe before I go there, and I don't know, the term decolonization, for me, I prefer indigenization, because decolonization is like you are fighting, you want to remove something, whereas indigenization, as I prefer to call it, it's much more positive. It involves what you have, the indigenous knowledge that you have, and you use it to your own advantage. So I prefer indigenization of water treatment. And indeed, there are technologies. You know, Africans, we have this mentality. When it's something that comes from Europe or the West, it's a technology. But when it's local, it's something else. We sort of look down on it. And Professor Mamba has mentioned the issue of moringa seeds, which are used, which you can use as a coagulant for water treatment. And currently I supervise a student that is also looking at the utilization of avocado seeds to develop. I think there's a poster there. Where's Kino? Please, Kino. Yes, we call him cupcakes. Please, just stand up so that people can see you. So he's developing a coagulant from avocado seeds. So this indigenization process is twofold. It's knowledge, at the knowledge level, where you use indigenous knowledge, but it also at the resource level, where you use indigenous resources. So that project specifically looks at harvesting some of the local indigenous resources and use them for water treatment. And there are other solutions, which involves utilization of local resources. Some of you are aware, for example, about some of the bugs that we can use for basically, I don't want to say treating, for basically tackling water hyacinths. A week or so ago, we had a meeting with Mahales Water, and we also have some of the solutions that we are going to propose for them. We had a meeting last week, and Professor Msagati was talking about some of those solutions, local solutions. So, yes, indigenization involves both knowledge as well as resources, and it is possible.
Thank you. I'm going to close the questions at this point. If I take any more, we will not leave this place. I'd like to thank... Oh, okay.
Let me respond to the question that was asked. We are running to the elections, local government elections. And as we had the minister, is that tier of government which is responsible for service delivery that often fails us and leads to protests. Whereas in other countries, you cannot have a minister, as you saw on that clip, to deal with a problem that has erupted. Where is the local government? Where is the local municipality that you can actually call a national minister to resolve an issue where we've got municipalities? So in South Africa, there's a lot of talk and politicizing a real problem. And that is what will be happening in the run-up. You already see, as you saw the podcast of one member of a party who is sitting, putting legs in the water, and obviously showing off that the other party is not delivering. So the lines have been drawn, and people will be going out to different rural areas where there are challenges, and you'll be listening to problems, giving us hope, and politicizing solutions, and getting the vote, and then disappear from serving us with what we're supposed to be getting, the right. So, sloganeering about issues related to water is really dangerous to society. And when you see them up in arms, when a community has not had water for a week, you don't know what it means just not having water for one day. Them not having water for a week, others for a month, is a serious matter, and we cannot afford to be talking politics around water, yet we are not solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to extend our appreciation and thanks to our panelists for their valuable insights that they've shared with us, and to our audience for your engagement. Today's conversation has highlighted the importance of innovation, of community involvement, and cross-sector collaboration, not abstract ideas, but as the practical and urgent work needed to secure South Africa's water future. We hope that this session has inspired you to take action beyond the Imbizo. Thank you so much for indulging us until the next Imbizo, as Ms. Pityana has put a challenge across to say the next one, we must host it at a rural place. So we will be communicating in terms of where that will happen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nozipho Matiba, and it's been a pleasure to have this session being facilitated by myself. Thank you so much. Before my panelists leave the stage, I'd like to invite Prof. Dube to help us in giving them their tokens of appreciation for their insights that they have shared. Prof. Members will give him this one. From the end. That lunchbox. Yeah. What? The bottle? Oh. It's fine. Colleagues, thank you very much. We are almost at the end of our session. We just have the one last agenda item, and then we'll call it a day. And to help us in concluding today's program, I'd like to invite back to the podium our program facilitator and head of Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability, Prof. Kambule.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matiba, and to everyone who has stayed thus far. I thought earlier on we will finish at 3:30 and beat the INANO's record. At little did I know that it's impossible. Now, colleagues, Professor Mamba, those who are at INANO's are worried because they say it's 4:10. And me just starting to talk now spells doom. But today, no. It's not just INANO, so you can relax and be rest assured. I will not do what I do under normal circumstances. Professor Linganiso and Mr. Rush and Professor Madito, I know there is a fourth colleague. I will wait for a signal from you. You just need to bring to me a paper that has the winner, so that people can see. If Mr. Lehutso, it's done by you, it will even be better because you are not an internal person, so that people can see that I have no influence on what I'm about to announce. No influence, none whatsoever. Even the criteria itself was developed by Professor Madito and the colleagues and not me. But as it says that they are concluding and they're going to bring this paper to me, I just want to, on behalf of INANOS and the college, and the university to thank everyone who is here. And that at Ainanos we pride ourselves with making things happen, and that we do not embark on events just for the sake of embarking on them. And that everything that we do is structured and well executed, and that we will ensure to continue to take the Unisa's baton forward and raise the Unisa's flag high as we continue to reimagine and put forward initiatives towards our water secure future. And that we do have a signed and existing MOU, as Professor Mamba and colleagues will know, with the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, that various departments in the college are working hard towards ensuring that they contribute their own initiatives into this big water challenge, and that this gathering today sought to affirm our initiatives and our commitments to making the program happen. At this point in time, I want to thank in particular the students whose hard work continues to make us shine, and through whom the research questions, the innovation, and everything that was discussed today is achieved via. That we are who we are because of who our students are. That indeed we are nothing without our students. I wish for the students to rise and stand up so that we can give them a huge round of applause in appreciation. And by students, I don't mean only Ainanos students, but I mean all students present in this room, because this is a water Imbizo of Unisa, not of Ainanos, even though Ainanos is the main organizer today. Please stand, the students, so that we can clap hands for you and thank you. Must say it was yesterday we had a briefing session with some of the students, the posters, the organizers, and we asked them, Professor Mamba, Professor Dube, to be very professional today and formal, so that what good science and engineering they've put in the posters can also be confidently displayed via how they look. But we asked them not to go and get new hairstyles and new clothes and so on and so forth. I see my very own student, Umhle, defied my request and went and get a very new hairstyle. And many of them in this room have got new and proper hairstyles. They look beautiful and stunning today. Let's clap hands for them. Are we coming all right, Mr. Lihuto? I really want to stop talking. Who has this? It's been a long day. Huh? Prof who? Mark Smith. Oh, okay. Yeah, colleagues, you know, we organizing an event like this, hey, I'm telling you, we can't wait to go and sleep. So the two colleagues, please have a seat here just now. Mark and Lehuto, just have a seat there. Can we have a mic, please? I'm trying by all means to stay away from their paper. Can we have a mic, please? Please, Professor Mamba and Professor Dube, please go to the front so that the winner also gets your blessings. Liseko, please take the gift closer that side. I've no influence on this process. It's one of the few processes that I know that I have no influence on. Prof. Smith, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Kambule. All right, this was very, very difficult to judge.
Sorry, Prof. As a way of introduction, I forgot, Professor Mark Smith, congratulations. He was promoted to Associate Professor this year. Congratulations to him. He actually is the acting head of the Department of Chemistry. So Chemistry and I Nanos 6 and 9. So thank you so much. You may proceed.
Thanks very much, Prof. Kambule. All right, as I was saying, it was very, very difficult to judge these posters. There were several judges outside. You may have seen some of them, others you may not have seen. But the quality of work of the students here was exceptional. If we could have, we would have had 20 winners. It was really exceptional. We actually ended up with 3. I wasn't whether we had to choose only one, but I'm going to go through the 3, the third place, second place, and first place anyway. In third place, we have Ms. Umhleswana. For her poster on the synthesis of electrocatalysts and electron chemical precipitation of struvite. What struck us about this one was the metal recovery from the processes for fertilizers. She has produced a prototype already, which was very, very impressive. At the same time doing wastewater treatment and biogas regeneration or biogas generation. It served multiple choices. Her project serves multiple purposes at once, which we found very, very good. So definitely deserving of a prize there. So congratulations. Then in second place, we had Ms. Nobuhle Ndebele. For her poster, silver decorated carbon nanotube platform for the detection of toxic and monitoring of toxic metals in real water. This was also a very good project in problem solving. In a project, she does the simultaneous detection of cadmium, copper, and lead. She had some problems where she had overlaps of peaks in the UV, and she had to find a way to actually resolve the overlaps and to be able to see the peaks to enable the simultaneous detection, which she did with silver coating or silver, and silver ions. So also an exceptional presentation. So very well done on the second place there. And then, in first place, here again we had a project that served many, many purposes. This project was the NB IoT-based smart remote monitoring system, or low evaluation or groundwater meter. There were many, many problems that it solved. The presentation was clean and precise. As they say, data is the new oil. This particular student improved the efficiency and optimized resource allocation, cost savings and sustainability, as well as proactive leak detection and maintenance. Overall, serving so many purposes at once. Also, a prototype was developed, which you can see outside. An exceptional project, and the first place for the posters goes to Mr. A.M. Dlamini. Where did I put the give back
May you have back all the winners for this one group photo? The other two, Umhle and Nobuhle. Can you please give the mic to Mr. Lehuto to reflect on the quality of what he's seen? Congratulations to the winners. I will make one last announcement around them shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Congratulations to all the winners. I won't be making any awards, just an observation from my side, because I think it would be unfair. Because some of the criteria are way, way beyond my, my rank. I can never judge you guys on scientific merits of your work, because I do not have the competency for that, nor do I have the competency for creativity. But what I can comment on, because those that I had the pleasure of meeting, they know I was just asking simple questions to them. What problem are you trying to solve? So what is the problem that you identified? What is the problem you're trying to solve? How is your solution better than what is already in the marketplace? Because I think that now begins to, put meat to the collaboration that Professor Mamba was talking about. And I must say, those that I've spoken to, all of them without failure, I like the responses. I won't rank the responses, but for me, it's just saying we are making steps in the right direction. We are beginning to integrate the academia and the commercial world, in providing solutions to our society. So I would like to say well done to all of you. There are some which I'm just going to comment on one in particular. And Professor Mamba earlier on was just talking about using the resources that we have to create solution. And the desalination project, I can't remember who is the leader, but the person who is doing the desalination. I mean, if you think about it, we are probably the only country that's surrounded by two oceans. So we do have, ocean water in abundance. Can you imagine if we come up with something that is cost-effective, that is better than, let's say, what Israel is doing, out in the desert? Can you realize the IP that can come out of that? And we don't do IP for the sake of IP, but we do IP so that we have a sustainable economic cycle, so that we are able to make impact in communities that we do business in, so that we are able to take those bright children who have got no resources, we can put them through the education system right up to where you are sitting today. So, some of the projects were very exciting, as I say, and I'm isolating this not because it's better, but just to build on what Professor Mamba was talking about when he was talking about using the resources around us to find better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Just briefly, there are events happening at the college this week. It's a very busy week. Tomorrow at 1, ICAS is having 12:15, yes, is having a seminar at a venue at GJ Clevel. It's a beautiful seminar. It starts with lunch before the talks. I like to invite you to the seminar. By extension, your lunch is covered. GJ level, I've forgotten the venue. And then at 3:30, again, Professor Mamba, we have a seminar from a colleague from Shidong University. Is it tomorrow? Huh? Guangdong. On PFAS, which is a very, very important topic to us. On Thursday and Friday, the School of Computing in this venue is having a careers day. Please come and see how computing and artificial intelligence and IT meets water treatment. So it's a very, very busy week. Dr. Matsiwa is going to send reminders of these 4 occasions of the college that come to my head. Right now, I may have forgotten others because I've been having a headache since morning. But please support the college in these different events. Second, lastly, I wish to thank the members of the college executive committee members who are here, directors of school, heads of departments. They are here with us. I see the head of the math department. I see the director of the School of Computing. And I see others, but I'm beginning to be dizzy. So I wish to thank all of you. And finally, the speakers, we've thanked you. We appreciate you. And we are going to make things work. Of course, the people that I lead, the staff members of INANOS, together, we have made this happen. I appreciate you, and you are much appreciated. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we had a guest present here today who does not want to be named, representing a particular industry. The collaborator said to me, just now via WhatsApp, I see that you are surprised of the 3 winners because I think you had prepared of 1 winner. I'm making the following pledge. 1,500 rands to number 3. 2,500 rands to number 2. 3,500 rands to number 1. A total of 7,500 rands, which will be deposited into the INANOS account first, and then will be processed correctly from the INANOS account into the student. We don't want problems here. We don't want to be accused. Mahlanga is very busy these days, so we don't want problems. That's the only request I made. I said, this money, I don't want it between you and the student, between you and me, definitely. It must come to the university, and via our PAs, we'll give you the INANOS official account. Then we will send to the students, and we will send you a proof. So to this partner who doesn't want to be named, we say thank you. Interestingly, though, is that the number 1 is not a student of INANOS, which makes me very, very happy. He's a master's student of electrical engineering and smart systems. So it then says that the colleagues truly were fair, independent, and what's the other word? Impartial. So we must thank Professor Smith, Professor Linganiso, Mr. Lehuto, and Professor Madito for this greatness. Colleagues, let's enjoy the rest of the day. It's been beautiful. Thank you so much. I thank you.